G6 Production. Productions.
Let's go. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of June 6, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Here. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Madam Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance. The 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Thursday, June 6th at 12:30 p.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Official Agenda Block 1. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will receive testimony from the government's financial team pursuant to VI Code Title 2, Chapter 2, Sections 20D and 22 on the FY 2024 mid-year review for the government of the Virgin Islands to include but not limited to fiscal year 2024 budget appropriations versus revenue collections to date, total allotments to date, projected revenues through September 30th, 2024, and proposed adjustments for FY 2024 due to revenue shortfall, if any. Status of union negotiations and status of outstanding payments due to vendors for FY 2023. Invited testifiers are Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Brent Latham, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Ms. Jas Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. Mr. Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance. Mr. Ira R. Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. And Ms. Cindy Richardson, Director of Division of Personnel. Block 2, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will receive testimony from the government's financial team on FY 2025 budget overview for the government of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers are Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director of Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Brent Latham, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Jas Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Mr. Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance, Mr. Ira R. Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, and Ms. Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. This is all the agenda for today. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And let me take this opportunity to thank Senator Angel Bulcas Jr. for recognize Senator Angel Bulcas Jr., a non-committee member who's always here with us. So thank you for being here, Senator Bulcas. As we all know, the work of the budget is one of the most important roles of a legislator here in the territory. So I'm definitely urging my colleagues to please come to the meetings as we continue the work for the FY 2025 budget overview, which will be, and today marks the beginning of the FY 2025 budget cycle. Of course, we have two items on the agenda, and the first item is associated with the 2024 budget mid-year review of the government finances. I think sometime in 2021, legislation was passed that requires a budget overview of the current year so we can make a determination as to whether or not we are spot on with our revenue collections and our appropriations that we made in the September of that previous year. So we're looking forward to hearing from the government's financial team on the status of the financial operations or financial health of the government of the Virgin Islands for our 2024, and then we'll go right into the 2025. So we're going to ask that, I know that the departments and agencies will come prepared to answer their questions. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize non-committee member Senator Carla J. Joseph, as well as Senator Milton Potter, who's here with us today. So thank you, senators, for being here as your non-committee members. Thank you for being here. So we are going to get right into it, but before we do, I have to say that we are pleased on this end as legislators that we finally see that the government of the Virgin Islands is moving forward with the turnaround entity to conduct the assessment of WAPA. It's so important. I note that the company that was, I saw it in the news, that was awarded was Ernst & Young. And initially when I saw it, I became a little concerned because I know that Ernst & Young is a financial company. However, I took some time to do some research, and I see that they have branched off and engaged in utility companies and providing support, etc., to utility companies. So we're looking forward to ensuring that we see some progress and we have some opportunity to get a greater understanding of what's really happening with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority here in the territory. So we, of course, yes, we have specific timelines around the legislation. In 120 days, the turnaround entity is to come before the legislature to share specific information as to the organizational and management of WAPA, matters around the energy plans, etc. So this approach is an approach for us to really get and glean, as my Senate President would say all the time, from this information as to exactly what's going on. We are very far away from WAPA as far as the internal workings, and it's important for us as leaders and as a community to have or get a clear understanding of what the true challenges are and begin to work as stakeholders, as Virgin Islanders, to figure out the way forward. So I think that we need to, this is an opportunity for us to stop talking about it and to really figure out how to move the needle on it. So this is not, whatever comes out of the report, we have to accept it and we have to figure out how we're going to work with it. So this is in no way because I've heard the little rumors on the side about this is about privatizing WAPA. This is about us understanding what's truly happening in WAPA and, getting this second-hand and third-hand information and information that comes in a, very skewed manner. We want to know. We need to know. As leaders in this territory, we need to know. So we're looking forward to that report in the next couple of days. In the next couple of, what is it? I think it's 4 months. We should see that information, and then there's another iteration. So by the end of the year, we should get some positive information coming out of what we need to do, what that assessment is. And of course, we have individuals that feel like, yeah, there's assessments that are conducted, but what are we going to do about it? And we're at the place where I don't know that we have an option. We have to do something about what's happening with our utility system, because a lot of times folks think that the leaders are not impacted, but I'm impacted as well, and I'm certain many of us, all of us in this room are impacted. Last night I was like, yes, these mosquitoes and the heat. So we want it done. We want it done for our people. So I'm certain that whatever we have to do, we're going to do it, but we have to get information in order to make this to begin to make the tough decisions. And we have to prepare ourselves for the tough decisions as well. So I'm going to get off my soapbox. Let me take this opportunity to recognize our Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, non-committee member, who's here with us this morning. And now I'm going to move on to asking the testifiers are all here. The testifiers are all here. So good morning to you. It took quite a minute to get the government financial team to come before the legislature, and this is why we have to pack it in today. So we are prepared to pack it in. We are prepared to take night and make day, because we need to get this information so we all can understand what's happening, our community could understand, our stakeholders can understand what's happening here in the territory. So I want to start with the OMB director. I think she's the lead. Are you the lead of the financial team? Director O'Neill.
Good afternoon. Yes, Senator, I am the lead. I'm Jennifer O'Neill. I'm the Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Lee. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Good afternoon. Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon. Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Good afternoon. Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance.
Good afternoon, Brent Laird, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
And on St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Adrienne L. William-Bachtelin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Go ahead. Let's finish St. Croix. There are other people in the room here, but I forgot. Go ahead, St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Director of Treasury, Lucy Nunez.
Mr. Simmons?
Good afternoon, Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority.
Good day, Ebony Serrano, Director of Accounting, Department of Finance.
All right, is that it for your team? All right, thank you. And let me just take this opportunity to also recognize committee member. Please mark Senator Samuel Carrion as present. He's on Teams. Good morning, Senator Carrion. All right, Senator, Ms. O'Neill, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, other members of the 35th Legislature present, and the viewing and listening audience of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and accompanying me today are the other members of the Governor's Financial Team, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance, Joel Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Cindy Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel, Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator of the Office of Collective Bargaining, Brent Leardom, Tax Collector, and Ira Mills, Tax Assessor of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Adrian Williams-Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, and Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration at the Public Finance Authority. On behalf of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and pursuant to Title II, Chapter 2, Section 20D and Section 22, we are here today to provide a mid-year review of the current fiscal year's budget and revenues. For the first 7 months of fiscal year 2024 through April 30th, revenue collections inclusive of hotel and non-hotel taxes totaled $537,081,652. This trend reflects a decrease of just over 4% in comparison to revenue collections for the same period in fiscal year 2023, which were $560,492,159. Because revenue collections are lower than projections so far for the year, we expect that by the end of fiscal year 24, revenue collections will be approximately $907,050,304, which would be about 90.9 or $91 million below the appropriation level of $998,2,428 for the general and tourism advertising revolving funds. All major revenue categories, with the exception of real property tax, trade and excise, and gross receipts, are experiencing lower collections year over year than in fiscal year 23, with the largest decrease occurring in corporate income tax collections at 32%. Property tax collections, however, have increased from the same time last year from $7.8 million to $12.6 million, or 61%. Additionally, the tourism industry continues to excel in the territory, and with more hotels now open, we have seen an increase in hotel tax collections. However, that has been offset with lower collections for non-hotel taxes by almost the same amount. Year-to-date collections in hotel and non-hotel tax totals $26,316,726 compared to $24,889,866 in fiscal year 2023. General fund allotment releases as of April totaled $499,353,557. This figure is comprised of the operating costs for the central government at $349,633,683, semi-autonomous agencies at $127,293,046, and the miscellaneous at $22,426,828. Of the amounts released by OMB, the Department of Finance still has $1.1 million outstanding to be paid to the court. Additionally, OMB has released appropriations of other local funds totaling $23,266,196, bringing the total allotment releases processed through April to $522,619,753. For the record, please also note that OMB has processed allotment releases through June, and that total is now $658,157,821. And we continue to process releases upon request for miscellaneous and other categories as necessary. There have been no allotment reductions to date within this fiscal year. As of May 3rd, 2024, year-to-date central government's paid expenditures totaled $794 million. This cost covers salaries, fringe, supplies, other services, and capital projects. Of this amount, $179 million in prior year vendor payments was paid. As of May 31st, there were $64.5 million in outstanding accounts payables, with $12.8 million of that in federal grant obligations and $4 million worth of invoices that were incurred in prior years but entered in this current fiscal year outstanding. The chart below shows the total value of payments made since October 1st for expenses incurred and or invoiced in prior years. Please note that these payments were unbudgeted and were paid from revenues collected in this current fiscal year. This practice predates this current year and even this administration, and is the result of end-of-year departmental encumbrances, delayed entry of invoices, possibly due to a lack of funding in a particular fiscal year, or delayed receipt, available until expended appropriations, delayed processing of contracts and associated documents, and unfunded but sometimes necessary mandates. You will see that total is the $179,082,448 that were paid for fiscal year 23, 22, 21, and even before 2021 invoices. It should be noted that while we have only included fiscal year 2024 payments in this testimony, we know and have data to support similar levels of payments in other fiscal years that were for years prior as well. You will recall that I have continuously asked this body to refrain as much as possible from making appropriations available until expended. To further explain, when the budget is submitted and approved, it is done based on projected revenues with appropriations matching the level of those projections. For the most part, those appropriations are not reduced by allotment cuts and are instead paid along with a lot of prior year expenses that were not accounted for within the budget or the revenue projections. The issues mentioned above are all reasons why the GVI continues to have what amounts to a structural deficit. To combat this issue, we have informed all departments and agencies that end-of-year encumbrances will no longer be allowed, and instead, all known obligations should be planned for and budgeted accordingly. This body will note that the expenditures are indeed higher than the revenue collections. And this has been driven in part by the ongoing rising cost of inflation, which makes everything more expensive, from fuel to supplies to insurance. It is not lost on us that salaries are also higher. You will recall that the administration moved forward with raises that were given in the previous administration and have also continued to negotiate with most, if not all, unions to allow for employee salary increases. This, in addition to continued high rates of overtime within public safety agencies, has resulted in net payroll increasing from $195 million in 2019 to $239 million over the same period in 2024. With overtime being recognized as a contributing factor, as it has been for many years, we've begun discussions to address ways to curtail overtime costs while still maintaining a high level of security and safety within the territory. While it is apparent that revenues are indeed lower than expenditures by some $257 million, the difference has been made up mostly from federal grants reimbursements in at least $187 million. We had about $25 million also in revenue loss from APA that has been included. And there's also been a number of other smaller transfers and minor collections that are not reflected in the sheet, on the sheet that was provided. Again, we anticipate revenue collections to be approximately $90 million less than current appropriations. We are therefore prepared to limit the release of some one-time allotments, work with Government House to reduce expenditures to the greatest extent possible, and include additional revenue loss from APA as may be necessary. Those conversations are already ongoing with Government House and other members of the Governor's Cabinet. Finally, as I have mentioned the use of American Rescue Plan Act or APA funds, I will provide a brief update on the use of these funds. Since receipt of the funds in 2021, the administration has processed funds for a number of areas to include premium pay, retiree stipends, taxi drivers, infrastructure projects, revenue replacement, and public health. Of the total awarded amount of $547 million, $446 million has been obligated to date for 143 projects across 7 functional areas as shown in the chart below. Of the $446 million that has been obligated, $373.3 million has been expended. The remaining $100.9 million shown as unobligated below is currently under review by Governor Bryan and will be fully obligated shortly, in particular to address additional housing for homeless and other indigent persons and some additional road work. I further remind this body that the remaining funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and all funds must be expended by December 31st, 2026. We continue to prioritize the utilization of these funds to ensure effective oversight and grant compliance with ongoing site visits and monthly sub-grantee monitoring to ensure compliance and fulfillment of the federal funds awarded. The current and just to give a little update on where we are with personnel and union negotiations as requested in the invitation. The current central government employee population is 6,250, 3,213 employees in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 3,037 employees in the St. Croix district. There are a total of 1,384 unclassified employees, 4,592 classified, 75 part-time, 170 per diem, and 29 temporary employees. For fiscal year 24 to date, the Division of Personnel has processed 682 hires and 243 separations. They've also been diligently tracking personnel requisition forms, or PRFs, as they leave OMB, working in close collaboration with agencies to streamline the posting of vacancies. Since October 1st, 2023, a total of 420 PRFs have left OMB for posting of positions to be filled. This does not reflect any salary changes. For the group health insurance, all insurance coverages combined, there is a decrease from $183.1 million in fiscal year 23 to 182.7 million in fiscal year 24, approximately $403,000. For dental, there was no increase in fiscal year 24. However, there is a premium rate cap that does not exceed 3%. Cigna also increased the dental annual maximum from $1,250 to $1,500 per year. The overall impact to the government is about $4 million based on the existing cost share with employees and retirees. You'll recall that since 2019 to present, the GVI has absorbed the increases for employees and retirees. This has shifted the cost share from what should be 65% government, 35% employee, to now 73% government and 27% employees. This is contributing to our costs as well. We currently have 14,345 members covered on the health insurance eligibility BENTEC system. There's 7,212 active enrollees and 7,133 retirees. We have just over 25,000 individuals covered, including dependents, under the insurance plan. Payments to all carriers from October 2023 to present was $97,372,977. The employer share at 73% was $71,082,273, and the employee share at 27% is $26,290,704. The union negotiations, the administration's vision for enhancing the quality of life for both residents and visitors of the Virgin Islands encompasses ensuring fair wages. Negotiations between the Office of Collective Bargaining and various unions persist, focusing on wage levels and other employment terms. Currently, OCB is in negotiations with 11 bargaining units and has offered tentative dates to 80% of the units with expired contracts. OCB also continues to monitor the implementation of previously negotiated salary increases and provide guidance to agencies in this regard where necessary. As of May 2024, 65% of the agencies and entities have implemented salary increases for fiscal year 2024. The list of CBAs that OCB negotiates, along with the schedule for upcoming negotiations, has been provided in the testimony. In conclusion, we thank the members of this committee for the opportunity to provide an update on the finances of the government of the Virgin Islands. We will, of course, continue to monitor revenue collections, prepare our daily and weekly bank balance and cash flow reports, and review expenditure trends to ensure feasibility and continuity of government services to the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this concludes our prepared statement. The Governor's financial team stands ready to answer any questions that this committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. And I want to say, since this legislation was passed, this is actually the first time that we've actually done the mid-year review. And I think that just based on the information that you shared is very important for the people to get to have a perspective on what's really going on. And because a lot of times there's a lot of energy and misinformation, if you will, so it's just so critical that the information, the truth, is provided so we could have a better understanding of where we're going. So thank you for your testimony on the mid-year review for FY 2024. Colleagues, let me also take this opportunity to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Diane Capehart. Thank you for being here, Senator Capehart. So you said a mouthful. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. I always wait to hear that noise in my ear. We're going to go to a 4-minute round. But before we go to that round, I need to just share that a few weeks ago, we know that we have a critical project that's before us, which is the dredging of the Shatamali Harbor. And apparently there was some misunderstanding around whether or not the government was attending the meeting, not remembering that this was also on the agenda. So at some point, we're going to motion to bring this matter back to the agenda, particularly since we have Mr. Simmons here, so we could just get clearly whether or not the Community Facilities Trust Fund does have the $1.434,950 million available in it. So if you can ask your folks to send us that quick report, it'll help us, but we'll deal with it when we're finished with this part of the meeting, okay? All right, so thank you again, Director O'Neill, for your testimony. And there was a lot said, so I'm going to allow my colleagues to start with their 4 minutes, and then I'm going to jump in because I have a lot to say. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon to the Director O'Neill and your colleagues there with you from the Governor's Financial Team, and thank you so much for your testimony. Yeah, a lot was said. And this is the first time we are doing a mid-year review. And I must say, in respect to the information given, you said a lot. You spoke to expenditures outpacing revenues, collections. But you said there are some areas where we are seeing some improvement, like the leisure and hospitality industry, construction. And I'm happy to see that many of the projects are coming online, which will help in the overall scheme of things. But let me ask, in respect to the shortfall of some, to date, the shortfall, how much are we short in terms of compared to last fiscal year? To date.
So we are lower. We are lower by just about, what is that, 28 million, roughly.
Roughly 28?
Thereabouts.
Okay. And how much cash do we have on hand? How much cash do we have on hand? Do you know?
Commissioner.
Mention your name first, please, before you speak. Please recognize. Okay.
Good afternoon. We have 29 million plus on hand.
Oh, great.
That is the equivalent 10 days of worth of cash.
10 days?
Yeah.
Okay, we're taking up. That's improvement. Okay, very well. I know in your, not in a testimony, but I have a next testimony that you gave, submitted. It also spoke to other areas also in terms of percentage. We have seen increases and decreases in terms of the revenue forecast. And the corporate income tax category.
You're speaking for the fiscal year 25?
Projected, yes, but no, projected.
1 minute.
We are in 24.
Yes.
Correct, because we are doing a mid-year review as of now. So for 24, corporate income tax, and personal income tax. Let me go to Director
Lee. Director Lee.
Excuse me?
Director Lee.
Director Lee.
Yes.
Yeah. What are we seeing in that space in respect to
30 seconds.
the anticipated revenues as a result of?
Corporate.
Well, corporate, there is a decrease, but, you know, a lot of corporate filers file extensions, so it's kind of hard to say. I mean, I did kind of a comparison of who didn't file, but, you know, if my guess is correct, you know, I don't see a catch-up happening. I just kind of see a flat set of payments coming in over the next, you know, months till the extension date, which is October 15th, which unfortunately puts us in fiscal year 2025. So, you know, the issue is cash availability. You know, that's not as, you know, the economy isn't as liquid as it used to be.
Okay, well, very well. Thank you for that information. And thank you so much for your responses. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff as present. Thank you for being here, Senator DeGraff, and good morning. Good afternoon. So my colleague touched on corporate taxes, right? And we're seeing a significant reduction in corporate taxes over 22, 23. Why are we seeing that?
The big corporate payers are in the construction industry. Joel Lee, Director of IRB. And there has been a slowdown of that activity in the territory. We were blessed when we had some post-hurricane activity that, you know, resulted in a lot of projects coming through the pipeline. But now we are in that kind of middle period of executing bids, getting monies lined up for, you know, future projects. So kind of that's why we're in this kind of holding period at the moment before our next wave comes in. Things tend to trend in waves, so we're just kind of in that bottom trough right now.
All right, so I asked the question because when we built the 24 budget, you know, we were in, you know, deep conversation with someone needs to turn off their mic. Who's online? Yeah, so we were in deep conversation, and you know, we made some projections from anticipated projects. And did you all send to the senators the slides for the from the revenue estimating conference?
No, Senator, we did not. They should have been made available on the website, but I will make sure that they are sent to this body.
Yeah, it's important for us to get that information because it's one thing to listen to the conversation, but you actually have to look at the information and understand it. I was not in the territory, so I missed it, but I don't have the information. So if you can send those over, we would appreciate it because, you know, it was heavily anticipated that we would have seen projects moving in FY24. Of course, we are in June, we are in half the year, and that's a calendar year, so that's more than half the fiscal year. So, you know, that is of concern because I think what we did is we projected $61.2 million for fiscal year 2024 to support our budget. So I'm going to go to the next senator, but we really need to flesh out what the true way forward is as it relates to how we're going to move forward with our what we've appropriated in FY24 thus far, and how the Office of Management and Budget and the financial team overall will in fact manage that with the response that we just received from our IRB director, Mr. Lee, because I recall hearing in your testimony that you indicated that you have not reduced any department allotment, and you're projecting that you will fall short by 50-something million. I think it's 53. You didn't say the amount.
I did actually, about 91 million.
Yeah, so...
Senator, based on the current projections, we know that there are a number of things that have actually started, like the Charlotte Kimmelman Center and a few others that now have actually started. So the number may in fact change, and we're hopeful that it will, because we see some movement now. I don't know, and Joel and I went, Director Lee and I went back and forth on this along with Commissioner McCurdy as to what figures we can actually use for the projections. And we decided to be conservative as always, because you just never really know. Yes, the projects have started, and we do expect that the revenues will pick up, especially on the corporate, not corporate, but gross receipts in particular. We see, and I can speak for Mr. Simmons in particular, because I assist in signing so many checks from PFA, so we're seeing those payments go out to contractors now, and we're taking that 5% off. So I see it. We will revise again. Definitely by the time we get back for the wrap-up, we will have different numbers, and it may not be 91 million. I really don't think it will be 91 million, but that's the figure we're going with to be conservative and make sure we cover our bases.
So we are 4 months out of the close of FY24, correct?
Correct.
So basically of concern is the number you shared. I hear what you said. There's a lot of uncertainties, clearly. So when is it that the GVI, from your end of the table, will begin to make the necessary adjustments as it relates to the allotments? Because in your testimony in particular, you are very clear. You talked about matters that, transactions is the word, that carry over from year on year that we have to remove ourselves from, right? And if we acknowledge this early that we are going to have a challenge, then we need to be making the adjustments. Otherwise, it's going to carry forward all of the work that you're doing in the back end with those old transactions. If you don't make the adjustment now, then we're still going to be in the same place.
Correct. And so, Senator, we have, the plan is, I should say, by the end of this month, the month of June, which begins the final quarter for fiscal year 24, we will be making whatever adjustments are necessary at that point. So if it means that for the last quarter, you don't get a full quarter because there is some slight reduction, that's what's going to happen. So we will be assessing, we do it on a daily basis now, or cash, and we update the forecast accordingly. I think we will be prepared to make those final decisions by the end of June, and moving forward, we'll know exactly what we have.
All right, well, we look forward to getting and hearing about how you are going to address that. And it's my hope, of course, all of our hopes, that we will see the improvement in our revenues. Senator Bolkes Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to the Governor's financial team for this very important meeting today. I wanted to start off with asking a question concerning outstanding vendor payments. As of May 31st, there was $64.5 million in outstanding account payables including 12.8 in federal grant obligations and 4 million in the prior year invoices. How are we dealing with these outstanding liabilities, and what is the timeline on payment, if any?
Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance. So our daily approach is to look at the available cash on hand, looking at our aging, and also consulting with departments and agencies to see what payments are priority. Now, we aren't able to hit every priority every week based on the availability of cash, but we want to ensure that we are at least covering those areas where there's service disruption to the people at Virgin Islands.
Now, I fully understand that in the sense of, for the sake of a better term, it's a balancing game because, revenues coming in, expenditures going out, trying to be able to balance the two. I know it gets kind of tricky, but we do want to take care of our vendors, of course, especially our local vendors. Not to say that the other vendors are not important, but that revenue stays here in the territory and helps our economy. I wanted to also touch on, you indicated in the testimony, overtime. And I know that overtime has always been something that affects budgets, especially in different agencies, to include public safety agencies. We have the lack of employees to be able to fill those positions, so overtime does hit us. The net payroll has increased from 195 in 2019 to 239 million in 2024. How much of this increase is actually attributed to overtime, and what measures are we looking at to try to maintain these levels?
Senator, I can get you the details behind the numbers. I can send that to the body. But so you understand, the bulk of the increase is not overtime. It is the increase salaries based on negotiations, etc.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. That's
the
what I
bulk
needed
of it. It's not the overtime.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So concerning health insurance costs now, we saw a shift
1 minute.
from 65-35 to 73% government, which would leave 27 to the employees. What plans are in place to address this impact, being that it has now changed on the overall budget?
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. At this point, the board is right now in negotiations, so
30 seconds.
There is a cap as far as the dental, as indicated at the 3%, that it cannot exceed that increase, and on the medical side, that cap is at 8%. So they're currently at negotiations. It can't go higher than those at this time. So we would have to make that tough decision as to whether to revert it back to the employee or to absorb the cost.
I'm very curious about that. And before my time expires, concerning our union negotiations, with
Time.
Madam Chair, I appreciate it, Madam Chair, thank you. Concerning the ongoing negotiations with all of the 11 bargaining units, are we close to any agreements that would impact our budget yet again in the sense of union agreements?
Joss Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. Yes, we're approaching completion in a number, on at least half of them.
At least half of them. Do you have a number associated with what type of impact we're going to be looking at?
We're looking at close to 2 million, somewhere there, for the ones that are could be completed this fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your responses, and thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. So let's go back to the health insurance conversation, because I think that the OMB director was sending a very subliminal, clear message to the institution of the legislature with regards to the fact that we used to be, 35, and I believe since 2019, we made those adjustments. But we need to say why. We need to say why. And of course, sitting on that end of the table, from the bureaucratic perspective, you want to see the maintaining of that because you have to manage the dollars. But the challenge that we have is if our employees are not getting their salary increases, then it's very difficult for us to sit here as a body and increase the health insurance. So that's why the government has absorbed the costs. Because when I look at, I think there's a portion of your testimony that speaks specifically to the union negotiations, and I think some of those contracts, there were, about 8 of them? 8 contracts or so that has expired since 2019. Is that correct, Ms. Springett? I think I see it in the testimony. It's a lot of paper, a lot of... Yeah,
there are
so we
about
have
20.
1, 2, 3,
There are
4,
about
5,
20
6, 7.
expired contracts. In terms of from 2019, I'll have to take a look and verify the number that
Okay,
you have.
so what I'm seeing here is United Steelworkers.
Which
No,
one?
No, not United Steelworkers. It's about 5 of them. Seafarers International Correction Officers, Seafarers International ER Physicians, United Steelworkers, Enforcement Officers, our Virgin Islands Labor Union, and Educational Administrators. That seemed like somewhere around 2019, 2020. So that's the reason. So, that's based on the testimony that I'm seeing from the director.
You're saying those are expired? Those are current, Senator.
So
The ones that-
it says below is a list of all CBAs that, so they will expire in 2026 and
Yes.
2024.
Between 2024 and 2026, the list that you just called will expire between that time.
Okay, so then if
you go down the list, you will see
Mm-hmm.
that there's about 20 of them that are expired.
Okay, so that's the point. So I was looking at the wrong one. So you have about 20 of them that expired. So give me the expiration dates on those.
Okay. Some of them range between 2007 and 2023.
So you see, that's the reason why, because, Senator Bullock has asked the question, and I think it's important for us to all understand why the legislature, because we made a decision, why we felt the need to support the citizens in the territory and cover the increases in their
Healthcare.
salaries because of the fact that they have not been granted salary increases in some instances. You said 2018?
Can you repeat?
2017, right?
2007.
7.
Yes, ma'am.
How much years that is?
Oh, 17.
Ms. O'Neill, you see why we got to do what we got to do?
Absolutely, Senator.
Yeah,
No argument on this end.
We can't do that because you talked about inflation. So if we are able to see, I'm not certain why those are not the ones. Could you just give us a quick update before I go to the next senators? Because when I read this, you said below is a list of all CBAs that OCB negotiates and OCB's tentative scheduling of upcoming negotiations. So you gave the current negotiated CBAs to be finalized. So where are the ones, okay, so there's, they're expired CBAs, the ones to the bottom, that's where I got it wrong. So you have the ones to the bottom that has been expired, some since 2007. Why we have them a little high up on the totem pole?
Oftentimes, Senator, it depends on the readiness of both parties and certain emergencies, for example. So I can't necessarily give you a specific answer on why the contract that expired in 2007 wasn't negotiated over the last several years. But I know those, in that bargaining unit, for example, those employees are at the hospital. And at the time, we needed to focus on hiring of nurses. So we negotiated 3 different contracts for that. That took some time. So sometimes it's not necessarily, we'd like to do them the oldest first, but sometimes there's needs to focus on some others.
But 2007 is a long time.
Agreed.
2018 is a long time. 2010 is a long time.
Right, but bear in mind also, when in each, administration, for example, in 2019, there were about six to 10 or so that were at different phases. So the appropriate thing to do would be to complete those before continuing some others. But those also take some time.
I'll tell you this. I know my colleagues are getting letters every day, particularly from the hospital. We got to do something for them employees. You see them at night doing security guard, etc. We got to do something for them.
We provided a schedule. Senator, they're scheduled to start next week on June 10th.
Praise God. I hope they're listening. They're scheduled to start next week?
Yes, the union rep should have informed them.
Okay, very good, because we get the correspondence every week. All right, Senator Fonseca? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask my colleagues to oblige Senator Joseph. She does have another engagement. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes, and then we're going to go to Senator Fonseca.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon and good day to everyone, my colleagues, as well as the governor's financial team. And thank you for braving the weather to be here and to present your testimony. Now, I do have one burning question because I didn't see it delineated in the testimony that you read, Director O'Neill, and that is surrounding the personal income taxes. I noted that in the previous years we've had increases. We're seeing some revenues coming in, some projects coming on board. However, we haven't seen where we are with the collection of personal income taxes as well as the gross receipt taxes. I know in the statement it indicated that the corporate taxes are down, but I wanted to just get from you, Director Lee, specifically, where are we with the projections for the, what have we collected thus far, rather, in personal income taxes?
Good day, Director Lee, Bureau of Internal Revenue. Let me unpack that question. So, when we got significant, as you know, April is tax filing month.
Absolutely, I'm aware.
I did a comparison of individuals who filed last year and this year, pretty much the high-end earners. The reason why I say the high-end earners, because while unemployment is up, the employers deduct those withholding taxes and remit it to us. So we're good on that end as far as employees. Where we get our big boost are the self-employed, the high net worth individuals.
I don't mean to cut you short, but I'm on time and I have a meeting. I need to just get straight to the jugular and the numbers.
Okay.
So if you could kindly indicate to us the numbers of your corporate income taxes collected as most recent. What are your most recent numbers? So just get to the jugular and and please kindly get me the number.
So for individual through April, we've collected.
And this is April 30th? Oh.
April 2024.
April, the date is
30th, yes.
Yes,
thank you. And the month of April.
Let's just be precise.
It's 287 million.
287
million. 951,429. So 287,951,429 is our individual income that was collected through April 30th, 2024.
Okay, my next question. My next question is, compared to last year around that time, are we looking at an increase?
It's a decrease.
And have you done your analysis to indicate what is the decrease?
Yes.
Kindly indicate for us.
So in a nutshell, in prior years, as we're saying now with projects starting, where we get our big income is when projects complete. So what that means is folks make high estimated tax payments.
30
I
seconds.
know you want to explain it, but my time is running. Kindly indicate the decrease or the percentage you're seeing a decrease. Yes, so
the
we
decrease
just get to the meat of it.
for individual income, it's 2%. For corporate, we have a decrease of 36%.
Okay, and there was a comment about the gross receipt taxes they're not experiencing a lower collection compared.
6% increase.
It's a 6% increase. That's exactly what I wanted to get. And how much have you collected thus far in gross receipt taxes?
Through April 30th.
Madam Chair, may I?
Through April 30th, 2024.
Yes, sir.
$125,507,263. 125,507,263.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Chair and colleagues, I really thank you, Mr. Lee, for providing that amount. Madam Chair, I just have one final question. How much personal income tax is still out there to be collected for this fiscal year? Are you able to provide us with that number?
No, because a lot of folks have filed extensions.
But you would have minus the penalties, etc. On that aggregate number that they owe, minus the penalties and the fees, what is that number?
I'd have to do a quick calculation.
Kindly submit the information
Will
through
do.
the chair. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your leniency and for allowing me to ask those additional questions.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessing, and I want to give a special welcome to the distinguished panel of presenters here today. And, I want to go over it real quickly, and then I have 2 questions. I'll start with OMB first. I like the detail you provided, especially with the $187 million in the federal grants reimbursement. And I like this where we do the semi-annual, and you can see in the report there's a lot of transparency and accountability. So that's good. Finance shows us you paid $794 million. You have the $64.5 million that our at-large senator had mentioned. You gave us a detail on that. The property taxes, that's good. Ira Mills and Mr. Brent Leardam, you're doing good. The tourism. Also, personnel, you've been very busy. I noticed that you have more hires in the government, 692 hires, only 243 separations, so that means the government is going. Of course, I got to give special congratulations to the collective bargaining and with Ms. Springett. The nurses in particular, the nurses are very happy, and now you've been able to accomplish the nursing supervisors. So we got the nurses in the territory and the nursing supervisors have been able to come close to what they're earning, and that's good. So I wanted to go quickly, though, to the $100.9 million in the unobligated ARPA funds. So I got to mention 2 little shortcomings. I agree with Mr. Lee, but our Senator Carla just, finalized that. I had a little question. And then, of course, with Mr. Simmons and the public finance, we got to get the numbers that the Madam Chair asked you for. Because the finances, the debt obligations, and all of the amortization is very important. Those are big numbers. But I want to go back to OMP. So we have until December 31 to obligate $100 million. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so that's 6 months. So you have a plan in place, I presume, to obligate that?
Yes, I actually just had a meeting yesterday with the governor and chief of staff and a number of others as to the plans for the remaining $100 million, which is why I was able to say that the focus will be on housing in particular for homeless and other indigent individuals, as well as some road works. So those are two of the key areas that the governor intends to address with the remaining funds. As you know, in both districts, we have some issues with the roads, paving, et cetera. It needs to happen. We have potholes, it needs to be fixed. And so some of the funding will be taken, as we did before, from APA and put towards getting the roads. And I actually had a conversation with Commissioner Gabriel last night as well. So he's ready to go.
You know, that's one of the questions that I had.
30 seconds.
Madam Chair, that ARPA funds, right, that plan, are you available to share that with the legislature? How are you going to spend $100 million, obligate $100 million in 6 months?
Yes,
okay,
of course.
through the chair, through Madam Chair, can you share with the legislature your plan to spend $100 million by December 31st?
Well, not
Madam
to
Chair,
spend it, Senator, to obligate it, yes.
Okay, one other thing, being that we are projected $90 million down, you have not implemented any cuts? What is your measures with the government? How do you plan to reduce the spending, the expenditures by the $90 million? Do you have a plan for that as well?
So the $90 million is, we're basing it on the total appropriations as well as the projected revenues. Typically, not all of the appropriations are actually released every single year. There are a number of areas where we don't, not that we don't release it, but they're never requested. So it's not that we choose, let me make it clear. It's not that we make a choice to not release an allotment. It's that it's not requested. There may be entities that don't have their paperwork in place in order to receive funds from government, and so those remain unreleased. So there will be some of that. And there may be some other one-time appropriations or allotments that we make a decision not to release upcoming in the next quarter. And then we also have departments, as I mentioned to Madam Chair. At the end of this month, we will be reviewing where we are with cash, and then if we need to do some budget cuts for the last quarter for all well, let me not say all, for some departments and agencies that can actually afford that, then we'll look at that as well. To offset, we also are looking at putting in ARPA revenue loss, if necessary, as well to close the gap. So it is our goal to not have too much in the way of budget cuts, but to offset as much as possible through increased collections in the last quarter and supplementing with ARPA if necessary.
Thank you. Through the chair, Madam Chair, can you share that with the legislature? How are you going to obligate that $100 million by December 31? Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. You know there's an elephant in the room, right? And the elephant in the room is when we worked on the 24 budget, there's $25 million that we set aside for the return of the 8%, a portion of it, of course. And we did get a commitment. You know, folks think that we are silent on it, but we've been watching it. We did get a commitment from the government in writing that they would utilize, because when it came, I was like, well, the revenues are not adding up. How are we going to get this done? And we did get a commitment, and actually the governor sent down, did you all send down a bill for that $25 million?
Yes, Senator, we did.
Yeah, and when the bill came, there was a lot of questions asked. I asked the questions, and I said, look, I don't have an issue doing this. However, we have to get the commitment that we will utilize the ARPA dollars, or whatever dollars, that you could use to pay this bill because we could not see the revenues. So that's for fiscal year 2021.
3.
I want to also make that clear that that's FY 2023 fiscal year. So the question that I have around that is, did we, because I'm not seeing that in your reporting, did we draw down any opera dollars to fill the gap, the delta, for FY 23 to cover that particular expense?
So, Senator, in fiscal year 23, let me look at the number. I don't remember if we transferred money in September or we did it in October, but we did transfer
We did
some
it in
money
October.
I think it was in October. We did do, yes, that is actually the $25 million. So we did transfer $25 million in October, I think it was, in 2023. However, I just want, for the record, to state that, again, because of all of these prior year expenses that have come through, what we'd projected did not, well, it caused us to not be able to make all of the payments in full for everything that we had. And that contributed to the delayed payments to vendors, delayed payments for everything, because we had so many invoices coming through that were not planned for, were not known about, were not budgeted. And so all available resources went towards paying down these invoices and making sure that payroll could be covered. So I just want to state for the record, it is not our intent to not pay the remaining amount for fiscal year 23. It is still an obligation that we intend to keep for 23. We have paid, I think it was $2.5 million of the 25, and so the obligation remains. We intend to keep it. It was fully released, and so the obligation is there. I just want for the record to state that we intend to process the rest of the payments.
So then that makes me beg the question. Your FY 2023, we have to find it somewhere in this budget book. FY 2023 budget numbers, I might have it here. Based on the revenues that we projected and based on the expenses, clearly in 23, you're saying that the revenues outpaced, the expenses outpaced the revenues, right?
Right. Yes, and then again, a lot of they tend to come in that changeover between fiscal years. And so it creates a huge issue in a new fiscal year, that first quarter in particular, when that's also a typical time when our revenues are just not as high. Cyclically, that's the time it starts to slow down because people are trying to save up.
So there's one other thing then that I want to add to your list of things that we have to be mindful of, and that is the appropriation transfers. Do you agree?
I agree, which is why we have not brought any.
No, you brought some last time.
Last year, right. But this year, we're not.
And that, I can't remember what the number of the appropriation transfers were, but those also would lend to creating a challenge.
Absolutely.
So, did you, though, draw any monies, or did you submit a request to draw monies for ARPA for FY 2023? Because to backfill the budget, because we clearly had a shortfall.
Yes.
And if we didn't, why? And how much did we draw?
So that was the $25 million that we drew. But again, at the time when it was done, well, I have to look at that again and see if it was, it should have been in September.
But you see what the
challenge is? It couldn't have been
is?
October. It had to be September. It was in September, as a matter of fact. and that was to backfill. However, again, there were things unknown to me. I don't know if they were known to finance, but they were not known across the board. There were a number of invoices that were in the system. Senator, I will say that the system, the way the ERP is very difficult to see what is actually outstanding. We've gotten to a point now where we had to rework the entire thing so that we can now see invoices from entry, and we're able to run a report, which is why we can say that there's 60 whatever million dollars in pending invoices to be paid. But prior to that, it was only what had been approved by the Department of Finance, which is the final step in entry, is what was reflected. So that left a lot of unknowns because we couldn't see what was in the system. So we worked with Tyler Munis to be able to change that. And now we have insight. So that lent itself, by not having that insight, it just a lot of unknowns. And with every passing day, we see more and more things that need to be addressed.
I have to move on to the next senator, but I think that the conversation is somewhat troubling because the funding that the funds that was sent to the Virgin Islands around the ARPA dollars was to help to support if we have any deltas. That's one of the reasons in our budget. The financial team clearly recognized that we have a structural deficit and there are deltas. So why is it that we only saw it fit to draw down $25 million? And we are saying today, when is it that we have to expend all of the ARPA dollars by?
December 2026.
Okay, so we have another year and change. 2.5?
2.5.
Oh, 2.5. Yeah, that's right. 25 have to come, right? So, and I know that we're watching those dollars as well. But if we have this challenge up front where we are unable to pay our vendors, why is it that we are not concerned about, because we talk about our economy, and I got to move on to the next sentence, but I have to say this. So we talk about our economy and the importance of putting funds into our economy, but then we're not paying our vendors. We have the available resources to submit the application to say, look, we are experiencing this challenge. Why are we not doing that? Because then we are not helping to move our economy along if we're holding on to these dollars and say, hey, we got to 2026 to spend it, but we could spend some of it now to support our economy and to support the work that you're doing where you're saying, look, we are shutting down certain things so they don't happen anymore. So then why are we not utilizing the dollars in that manner to, in fact, support the economy, in turn, provide the payments to our vendors, and then that will in turn support the economy? I am at a loss for that one. I mean, I know that we can't do all of it, but I think $25 million is definitely not enough.
So, Senator, the percentages or the amounts that we put in, we do have to do a calculation every year. We do it at the end of the calendar year, not the fiscal year. And so we, at that time, could only do a certain amount based on the calculations for the prior year. This time, we now have a calculation that was done in January, February for last year, and we will be putting some ARPA money into revenue loss for this year, and that was part of the conversation with the governor yesterday in how much he was looking at, what he thought, what I thought the projected gap would be, and how much we could put in there versus still trying to do a little bit of the other projects that he wanted. So that was part of the discussion, and some ARPA dollars will be put in for revenue loss in this current fiscal year pretty soon, actually in the next week or two, to allow for additional payments to vendors to go out quickly.
But I don't have the situation. You get that, right? You get that I don't have the situation.
Well, it helps right now.
No, we lost the opportunity in FY23. And FY23 challenges carried over to FY24.
Correct. But again, Senator, we can only do what is calculated.
See, well,
So-
I have to understand a little more about what's calculated, if there's a cap on the calculation, but I'm just challenged by,
Yes.
you know.
We use a
how-
formula that is given to us from Treasury, and so we can only go as much as that allows us to go.
Senator DeGraff, you're
Point of
recognized for your point of information, and now we're going to move on to Senator Francis for his 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, all of you listening and present. Just, I'll boil into one question, rather than 100. Is the $91 million shortfall we're looking at for 25 budget, is that $25 million a part of that?
We are not looking at a shortfall for fiscal year 25's budget. We're speaking on 24.
Okay, so the 91 million where you talked about for 24,
I'm sorry?
is that 25 a part of it?
Well, there's no one thing. It's in totality.
Right, but is the 25 that you pulled from the ARPA funds a part of that 91?
No. I think I don't understand the question. Let me put it that way.
The question is, you pulled, through the chair, you pulled the $25 million from ARPA funds in 23. Now, going forward, it's not in the 24 budget, it's not in the 25 budget. You intend to pay it. We have a shortfall in 24. Is that 25 million a part of that 91? That's what I'm trying to get at.
So I think you're conflating issues. The 25 million that you're speaking of, I assume you're speaking of the appropriation
From the 23, correct.
for retro.
Correct.
That's not pulling 25 million in cash to put in as revenue loss. Those are two different things. So the gap or the deficit that we are projecting at this moment is all inclusive of the budget. It's not tied to one specific thing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. We ain't gonna win that. When my time.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I was saying, you're usually on the dime with this one, and you jumped me at it. So I wanted to just piggyback there before it got too far. You did ask about the 25 million appropriated for retroactive wages back in 23. However, I also wanted to ask about the additional 25 million through Act 8759, which was also appropriated for retroactive wages. And I think that went to Division of Personnel. What's the status of both the appropriations?
The act you're referencing is for which fiscal year, Senator?
So the chair, I believe, referenced 23, which was through Act 8770. And then there was another one for fiscal year 24, which was Act 8759.
Okay, so sorry, I have a migraine. Fiscal year 24 has not been paid either. So if that's the question.
Right. What's the status?
It has not been paid. That's the status.
When would
the status is it has not been paid. Along with a number of other things, we have until September 30th to hit all of the appropriations. And as of today, June 6th, it has not been paid.
So when do we intend to pay these?
We have until September 30th in order to make payments.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so just to be clear, and I have to move on to the next senator. Just to be clear, in FY 2024, the FY 2023 budget did not include the $25 million. We appropriated those dollars at the close of FY 2023 with the notion, with the information, rather, that we received from the executive branch that they will be doing a true-up with the deltas as it relates to the shortfalls and utilizing, and in fact, utilizing the ARPA dollars to fill the deltas. That did not happen. In FY 2024, we did include the $25 million in the budget appropriations. So we have to allow that to run its course. So we have an issue. We have $50 million that we have to...
Yeah, 47.5.
It's 47.5? Oh, well, actually, you paid 2.5, and I guess Kali's going to ask how I decide who I going to pay. But in any event, you have 40-something million, almost 50 million. Let's just round it up. 47 million is 50 million. You have to figure out $50 million at the end of this fiscal year, or by the end of this fiscal year. I'm not hearing I'm not warm and fuzzy about that actually occurring twice. We haven't even heard it occurring once in this fiscal year. So we'll hear more about this discussion, but this is something that's near to the people. We keep talking about inflation. We keep talking about putting money back in our economy. We have to figure out how to put money back in our economy. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. And thank you thus far for your testimony on this particular matter. Going right back into the elephant in the room, I want to say that, in fact, I've had many conversations with you, Director O'Neill, in regards to this retroactivity payment. And I today would reiterate my advocacy that despite not being able to pay all of the funds at one time, that I think it'll be a lot easier for us to at least be able to disperse, whether it's on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, or whatever, the $2.5 million. You guys can figure out who's going to get paid when. I truly believe that, yes, there was a commitment by this administration to make sure that we had addressed the long-standing issue in regards to retroactivity payment, and that the $25 million will be done on an annual basis. One was done before, and I simply am appealing and begging this financial team to consider at least a disbursement every so often on a monthly basis if need be, so at least those individuals could receive their retroactive payment. And we discuss this almost every time we have a conversation.
Absolutely, and I completely agree with you, Senator.
Good show. In regards to the ARPA funds, I know you spoke about the balance of the $100 million. You talk about homeless shelters and road work. Is there any specific amount allocated or being proposed for those two areas?
As of right now, we had, I think, about $6 million that was allocated for housing, the homeless areas. That's about $6 million. Road is a minimum of $5 million. It might be a little more, but is the minimum of $5 million. That's what I have right now. The governor has some other things, but I don't have the details on those.
And in that $5 million, I know that there were some specific roads that were identified during the last budget cycle. Is that in addition to those, or are that part of that $5 million?
I think that's part of what Commissioner Gabriel will be looking at. There are some that have probably gotten a little further into disrepair than others, and so he's going to be looking at those, tackling those that are more in need right now than maybe some of the others that could wait a little bit. So there's a plan. I know Public Works has that, but I don't.
Okay, well, we have a list.
My job is just the money part.
We have a running list here at the legislature that we would love to share with, I have already spoken with the commissioner, and we're supposed to be meeting
1 minute.
to address that. Wow, time flying real fast. So in respect to, again, being able to address our shortfall, which you peg at about $91 million. I know that disaster recovery projects were part of the ability to bring in some of that revenues, I wanted to ask Director Octolin, if you will allow it, if for us to be able to determine whether or not we're on par with some of those disaster recovery projects at this time.
30 seconds.
Adrian Williams Octopin. Senator, yes, we have a number of key projects that have begun construction, namely to mention the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Treatment Center that we're seeing getting significant revenues. At this point, we expected to be at 13.6 million. Year to date was our goal. We are about 10.5 million in our revenues, but we have seen in the last several weeks, because of these large payments, that we're on track to make up some of the funding that was projected for this year.
Time.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just conclude with one follow-up question to the Lieutenant Governor's office. The $61 million that you speak of here for FY 2024, I saw that you have a revenue summary that highlight the collections of delinquent accounts at $28 million, and the collections thus far for current year billing is $33 million. That account for the $61 million. You don't anticipate any additional monies coming in for property taxes before the end of this fiscal year?
Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, Senator. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. We don't expect, we have been conservative in our estimates, our projections for 2024. So our target is 61, which would be an increase over years prior. So that is our target and goal for this year.
So again, to clarify, is your actual to date $61 million, or this is your anticipated amount?
This is the projection for the fiscal year.
Projection.
61.
Okay. So where are you with this at current?
Currently, as of the end of April, we are at, if you talk raw tax, it's about 12.6 million. If you're talking about everything else rolled in, sewer fees in terms and interest and so forth, we're at about 15.5 million as of the end of April 30th.
Way short of 61 million, correct?
Well, we have been in our low cycle collection periods. And so now June begins the period where we would typically have double-digit collections because of the issuance of the 2024 tax bill, as well as the continued collections on delinquencies. So June, July, August, and September are those months where we typically see higher than normal collections from the rest of the fiscal year.
So you're cautiously optimistic that in fact you will see the $61 million FY24?
We do expect to see that 61 million, Senator.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the leniency and time.
Right here, thank you. What was your collections, property tax collections in FY 2023? Unaudited collections.
In FY 23, our collections would have been, 53.9 million.
Okay. So 54 million.
Yes.
So what are you doing different to, you made a projection of 61.
Yes.
So tell us, what are you doing different for us to see an increase in those collections?
Well, increased outreach and communication with the public in terms of encouraging them to pay their current taxes when it's billed, as well as the run-up to the auctions that we had scheduled and we've recently postponed. That process in itself, actually the run-up to that process, allows us to continue to collect more on those delinquent collections, though they may be going back for several years.
So you're saying that in fiscal year 24, you are anticipating that you're going to collect $7 million more than you collected last fiscal year?
That's correct, Senator. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Senator James Jr., you're recognized. Senior, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And I'm so happy that we're having this conversation here today. My questions will go to ODR. Afternoon. You mentioned here that you expect $23.7 million in revenue by way of gross receipt taxes, and the list goes on. If you haven't done it earlier today, can you just explain to me the rollout of those projects so we can just have an idea of what we can expect? We are keeping our eye on the revenues or the money.
Or Senator, some of the big projects that we are anticipating that will impact the revenue projections, again, are continued with the Arthur Richards school that's going on.
I know the 3 projects, but the rollout of those projects, so we can have an idea of the timeline.
Timelines? Okay, well, the Central High School project, that contract should be rolled out at the end of this month. We have the Vincent Mason Pool contract that has been executed, and we notice to proceed for next week. The increase in construction activity at Arthur Richards. So those are significant payments. I mean, each draw is a significant amount of payment that will be able to generate revenue across, and the continued work of, we also expect Charlotte Amalie to get started as well.
Is there anything that will prevent those 3 major projects from finishing? And I'm speaking about the Arthur Richards K-8 school, the Central High, and the Charlotte Amalie High School.
From getting started?
Yeah.
No, we're at a point now, we're just like right in front of the finish line. The pool and all of those, the contracts are already executed, so we're right there. So I'm very confident in those projects.
And then as far as the workforce to be able to carry out these projects, you have been able to talk to the different stakeholders and even the governor's team to make sure that we have adequate workforce to move these projects?
There's absolutely, we have a number of initiatives going in terms of Rebuild USVI, and getting recommendations from some of these large EPCs on the way that we can increase the housing opportunities, a better workforce opportunities. We're also working along with the Department of Labor to utilize the workforce from various islands, and going through that process with the immigration process in order to facilitate workers coming into the territory. So all of that is ongoing.
Thank you for placing that on the record, and I do look forward to seeing those 3 projects as we speak about
1 minute.
educating our students. So while we're advocating for educating our students, it's bringing in revenues. As far as the roads, I saw where, and it made me laugh, but I understand you guys are trying $5 million for roads, and I'm assuming that somebody could explain to me where we'll be affected with that $5 million.
Senator, at this point, I actually will not able to share that. I don't have that information as to what streets exactly or what areas. And please bear in mind that this is just $5 million from APA. It is not the only money that Department of Public Works has for roads. It's just $5 million additional from APA.
Now, just under the assumption that you already have a plan, the fact that you mentioned it here, so I guess you're still working on it, or it's just additional funds, like you said. The reason why I'm asking these questions is pertaining to our infrastructure. I know that, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I will just wrap up. With these infrastructure projects, I know it's going to bring in revenues, it's going to bring in work. I could ask 1,000,001 questions, but my thing is mainly the revenues. And listening to ODR, they have a lion's share of some of those revenues that we're able to collect and utilize it to move the government forward. But with that said, I will close by saying I look forward to asking the necessary departments and agencies more questions. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Director Octon, did you make mention to the fact that Charlotte Amalie High School the demolition of Charlotte Amalie High School is going to happen within this fiscal year? I kind of missed it. I was a little distracted. Just need clarification, please.
Yes, that is the plan. We have some archaeological work that will take about 45 to 60 days. It's actually mandated by FEMA as to the only issue holding us up from knocking buildings down. So that is the work that's going on right now, and that's the projection to at least get the work started. But in addition to that, we want to get the contract for the rebuild started within the next 60 days executed. So we'll begin to start to do preliminary work, and that actually generates payments and revenue for the pre-construction work. So both of them will be going on in parallel.
And pardon me if I don't remember, but do we have a rendering of Charlotte Amalie High School, the new CAHS?
Yes. The Department of Education has developed it with the bidding documents.
And what is preventing us from sharing that on a big poster for the community here in this district? And I ask that question because you know that CAHS is in fact the oldest school in the territory. And it's very important that school has a lot of, historic ties. But folks want to know what it's going to look like. So I don't want us to assume that some stakeholders were in the room, so some of us know. Well, some of us don't know. I think we're at the stage where our community needs to know what our new Charlotte Amalie High School is going to look like.
Yes, absolutely. The next step is to execute the contract, and once the sign goes up, we'll have the renderings up with the sign for the project.
All right. I just want to make sure that we all understand what CAHS means to the citizens in this particular district. All right, Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes, and then we're going to go to Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to the members of the governor's financial team. I wanted to start by asking you, Director O'Neill, regarding ARPA funds. I know you said that the amount of money that we got, the total award was $547 million.
That's correct, Senator.
Right? And I know that the governor strategically placed or moved the money to a stateside financial institution, which was a wise move because you were able to really maximize our earning potential when it comes to interest. What have we earned? Is there a calculation of what we have earned interest-wise, from the deposits offshore? Not offshore, but off island.
Yeah, let's not say offshore, please. Let me see. I have that. I will get that for you if you have other questions while I look.
Because ultimately that amount will escalate beyond the 500, obviously, beyond the $547 million that was originally there. And you could. Right,
but Senator, not 500 did not go. It was two.
True.
It was only 200 that went in there. So the interest earned, and I'm still looking through all these papers.
Okay. Will there be an opportunity? I know you said that the balance remaining was approximately $101 million remaining. Will there be an opportunity for this body to have a collaborative discussion as to how those remaining dollars could be spent?
Senator, I'll say that the governor has been having conversations with some senators. I know Senator Maurice James in particular has had conversations and has made a request. So some of that housing money that I spoke of is tied to a project, I think, that she's put forward and requested funding for. So you are free to speak with the governor, make a request for funds on any particular project before he decides how this last $100 million will be obligated. So if you do that pretty quickly, you should be good to go there.
Okay, so you're giving us an invitation individually. Senators who may have a concept or a community need or whatever, make an individual pitch.
Yes, you can make
to
a
the
pitch for
governor.
anything that falls within
1 minute.
the scope of APA and the regulations.
Okay.
So I have through December, it's not showing on the more recent ones, but through December, the interest earned and that had been
30
reinvested
seconds.
in the account was $6.7 million.
Okay. And is that 6.1 million, is that included in the
6.7.
remaining 101?
So no, the 101 is just what is left to be obligated of. That's not what has been. That's not the remaining cash value. There are obligations and grant awards that have been
Time.
given. That all of that money has not yet been spent. It's only about $300 and something million has been spent to date. There's still about 100 and something that's not yet spent. So the balance, let me say that, the actual balance at that's in that account as of March. As of March, and I apologize, I thought I had printed through May, but I have through March. The balance was 134,544,413.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. If I may just wrap up. I just shifting gears a little bit. I notice the numbers from FY 2024 versus 2025 in terms of just the employee population. 2024 FY, the numbers was 6,550. FY 24 was 6,250. So that's a net reduction of approximately 300. And I just wanted to get an understanding from the team, what, if any, impact that reduction may have. And I'm thinking about things like GRS, employee contributions, and the like. Does that have any impact, significant or not, on the overall, I guess the overall financial standing, or if that's the word, of the government?
Director Richardson.
Yes, it will have an impact, but I think like to where you're going with comparing the numbers, I think what we need to look at is where we are with the individuals who plan to retire, who can retire. So when you look for individuals who have 25 plus years, or let's say those that have 30 plus years, you're looking at about 477 individuals. But if you look at individuals who have 25 years up to 30 plus years, you're looking at over 1,000 individuals. So I think that's what we need to take a look at as far as the planning purposes. And then also taking a look at the fact that we have over 2,000 employees that have less than 10 years in the government. So I think we need to take a look at that and see what type of impact that would have versus our numbers FY current 23, 24, 25.
Absolutely. That's significant. Are we doing anything like that? Looking at that's significant. If you're saying that over 1,000 employees of the government could potentially leave because they've hit that 30-year mark, what impact will that have on the GVI should these individuals decide to go all at the same
So
time?
I've started to share the the breakout of what these numbers look like at the cabinet level, so that they can start to see the number of employees that will impact each individual agency, so they can start some succession planning and taking a look at their org structure to see how they can start to maybe reorg and set up some training for those individuals.
Thank you very much. I won't abuse my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
For the
Senator
leeway.
Pata. I want to go back to the property tax. So, when I look back in the budget book for FY23, we actually see 48 million. I think that's why I asked the question. It was bothering me, and I was like, let me go back and look at this. It says 48 million. Your collections were 48 million, not 53.9.
Right.
So why is it that the budget book and your information looks different? I mean, we could go back and look at, I could go back and look at the Department of Finance collections up to the end of fiscal year 2023 and get a number. So let's understand what's happening here. We need to understand this.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. Recently, the Office of the Tax Collector and the Department of Finance have been working to streamline our numbers and to make sure we're on the same page. And what we recently found out is that Department of Finance have been reporting raw property taxes without interest and penalties, without sewer fees, which are all part of our receivables and is part of our reporting. So what you're probably looking at for fiscal year 23 was the raw property taxes that were collected, revenue that was collected during that time, not including interest and penalties, not including sewer fees, and the numbers that I give you would be reflective of what we actually collected and deposited.
If I can.
Of course, Mr. McCurdy, that's, we need to get a skinny on this one.
So, Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance. What we report on on our general fund revenue collections, as it pertains to property tax, as Mr. Latham said, is property tax proper. So we have that line that says property tax just looks at property tax proper. The interest and penalties are then moved to a different category on the same revenue sheet.
Tell us what the category is.
Interest and penalties.
Okay, okay, so that's the interest and penalties are used within that particular budget year, or how do we use the interest and penalties dollars?
No, the revenue.
Sorry, could you say that again? I didn't
How do you count that revenue? How do you use that revenue? I'm sorry, how do you use that revenue?
How do we use it?
Yes.
So it's posted to the general fund, so we use it for general operations.
Okay, so if we, tell me the category so we could look at it, so we could be clear on it. So I'm looking at your revenue sheet, and you have real property, so whether you record that particular interest and penalties category for property taxes.
There should be a portion of a revenue sheet that says interest penalty. Let me pull that up so I can give you exact.
Okay, so there's a section that speaks to interest and penalties, fine.
So it should be about 3 million, I think.
Fines, forfeiture, and penalties, right?
Correct, yes.
And then there's the sewer tax.
Right.
That's correct.
And the
So
sewer
then-
tax, sorry.
So if we add it up, basically what I'm trying to figure out, if we were to add it up, would it come back to that number?
Yes, and we did.
So the
Except,
sewer
sorry.
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
Except for, so a couple of things that we're trying to do. Because we have to chew gum and walk at the same time, we need to be able to make sure that our revenues as posted are audit ready. And I think we haven't been doing, we have not been making sure that that happens. That is part of the reason why 90% of our audit findings are related to lack of documentation. So what we've done is, so of that, we have recorded 13 million, 13.2, but there's a 511,000 that is not, that we have rejected to send back then to the Lieutenant's Governor's office to add proper documentation to it.
Okay, so basically you are now requiring a clear true-up on the front end.
Yeah.
Because you know I was going to ask you, why is it that it takes so long?
Yeah.
And you and I have talked about it, but I think it's important for everybody to understand why is it that it's taking so long for your office to record your revenues? And you basically just said it. You are actually doing a proper true-up
No.
so the information could be correct.
Yes, and naturally the drawback to that is what prompted a lot of our conversations, like why is it taking so long?
Right.
And that's part of the reason, because we want to make sure there's a drawback to that, obviously, where there's a timeliness. There's an accuracy that we're meeting.
Correct.
But we can't sacrifice one for the other, and we've been doing that. But we've since suspended that just to make sure, because we need to hit both timeliness and accuracy. We can't compromise one for the other.
Okay, so you talked about those conversations. So is there a timeline for improvement? Because truth be told, I think it's not only important to us, but it's more important to you, because you are expending these dollars. That the reporting information that you're receiving is in fact 100% accurate. We're talking about money, we're talking about cash in the bank, we're talking about expenditure. So what is that deep dive discussion that's happening around getting accurate information in the front end?
So that discussion involves training with department and agencies. We have been engaging, as folks come on, we're encouraging, if you're listening, please make sure that you contact the Department of Finance so that we can give you a walkthrough. We've been meeting with agencies. I think Ms. Nunes can speak to the agencies that we've met with, just to walk through, here's how you properly report on your revenue collections, because we don't want to be able to had to revert to, because it's important that we present information that is accurate, but also that you have the information that you need in order to make decisions. If you look at in the past, our reports may have differed, and we have since gotten very close to each other in terms of revenue collection. So part of that effort is just training.
All right. Well, you know that the Department of Finance and the Lieutenant Governor's Office have been around for a long time. So it's so important that the information that we get is accurate. That's the only way we're going to be able to get these numbers correct, and we don't have to hear from our OMB director about, look, we're making a grade here, because, you know, she's constantly about reminding us about certain things. So I'm going to go. Senator Francis Jr., point of information, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask Commissioner McCurdy, what is being done now to address that particular issue? Is there a mechanism that has been addressed to reconcile that difference that's being experienced between the Lieutenant Governor's Office and the Department of Finance to ensure that that would not continue into the future?
So part of our long-term plan with that, because we have to revamp the revenue sheet as we report on it. I think part of what you would need to see is we've collected $15 million rather than we've only, this 12.5 that is property tax proper. We need to be able to itemize each line that says property tax, and we pull out the penalty that's related to property tax, so you have that full picture rather than this piecemeal picture that if you don't know, I didn't know, thanks to Ms. Payne brought it to my attention that it is segregated in those little buckets that, you know, if you don't know, then you just don't know. So part of what we're doing right now is revamping the revenue sheet. That's going to take a little time, if I'm being completely honest.
Thank you for your response, and thank you for your candor around this, because we are definitely forever challenged with the information that we're receiving. We're going to go to Senator Gittins, and then when we're done with Senator Gittins, we're going to take a break. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. I too thank them for their candor, but our people are by right frustrated. And you just said it best, that we have to do a better job at what we're doing. Because I wanted to ask about the monthly bank reconciliation reports and whatnot. Again, I continue to say with our government that we don't have a money problem. We have a money management problem. And again, people are indeed frustrated. Before I go to my line of questioning, I'm gonna go back to the, and I'm gonna be specific to the number used by the OMB director, the $47.5 million remaining in retroactive payments. Because we just heard the mid-year review, which I like, but minus the retroactive payments. Are you saying to us that the $47.5 million will be paid by the end of September this year?
I didn't say that at all. I said we have until September 30th to make the payments. I didn't say what would be paid.
What my question is, will we pay it then? I mean, tomato.
So,
let's not go there.
Senator,
I want this.
so if I
I'm
can,
asking, will these payments be made by September 30th?
so again, I will state that every appropriation is dependent on the availability of funds. And I do not know exactly what will be collected between now and September 30th. And so there may be many things that are paid or not paid, but it would depend on the revenues that are collected. And that is the only answer I can give you at this point.
Finance Commissioner, how are we on the cash receipts?
How are we on the cash receipts? Short answer, good. I'm not sure how to expound on that
And
question.
so we have proper reporting, monthly reporting on these. I mean, it could be you or the what's your position?
Director of Treasury.
Director of Treasury.
May I proceed?
You may.
As the commissioner mentioned, we in fact concentrating on accuracy, but the timeliness factor did interrupt the process improvement workflow that we had implemented. I heard Senator Fred Gregory ask when we will be resuming.
1 minute.
We needed to ensure that the funds flowed through correctly to reflect revenue, to not hold up that process, but we will resume starting July.
All right.
Only to bring that, and if I could continue, to bring that to that zero back to that 0 point, to then have a cleaner starting point. But yes, we have continued training efforts with all agencies. We've been doing that in person, site visits, via remote training and hybrid as well.
Thank you. Commissioner McCurdy, to what do you attribute the drop in revenues this year?
In what category? Overall?
Yes.
That's a more appropriate question for Director Lee, but
30 seconds.
I think the category that's most impacted, as Director Lee mentioned, is property tax.
Income tax.
Corporate income tax.
Corporate income tax.
So maybe he can answer as well, but just before the last 20 seconds, I also wanted to ask, with regards to all these agencies that have a personnel shortage, if the government is still actively processing NOPAs and hiring despite of the shortfalls.
Time.
Good day, Senator. Joel Lee, Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue. The corporate income has decreased simply because there just hasn't been enough economic activity in 2023 compared to this year. A lot of major projects have slowed down. As I compare businesses from last year to this year, their income tax filings has been significantly less.
Thanks. And if the Division of Personnel Director can respond. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, we are still processing NOPAs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. So one of the things that I thought that I would hear this afternoon when the team, the financial team came before the legislature was to encourage all that has outstanding taxes both on the real property side, income tax side, corporate tax side, etc., to please pay your taxes, because our tax base is very small. And in order for us to provide government services, we have to receive the appropriate resources. And I think that's one of the things that we always forget to say to the people when they're not getting their income taxes back, that talk to your friends, they got to pay the fair share. That's the issue. And we have to put it on the table that is something, we have to beat the drum on that. This is our small community, and this is something that we have to make sure that we beat the drum on to ensure that we are able to cover our government services and to pay our outstanding income taxes. If you have corporate taxes that are down 32% over last year, how you gonna pay income taxes out? I have to take a break because the stenographer has to change the, we have to change out the stenographer, but these are the challenges that we have, and we have to put it on the table and let our community know that our community is hurting, and if you have outstanding matters that's associated with the community, our revenues, do your part. So when are I going to say it?
Good day, Senator. Joe Lee, Bureau of Internal Revenue. Just to second your point, we do encourage, you may not have it all at once, but we encourage coming in and making a payment plan. Taking smaller bites at the apple helps bring you in compliance, and it helps bring revenues into our coffers. But I don't want the public to feel you have to have it all at once. Come and set a payment plan. We are very accommodating, and we do encourage you to do your part.
All right, because I know that we kind of have this conversation with the financial team, like y'all are the magicians, but all of us have a role to play in this thing. The committee has to take a recess, so we're going to come back in a few. Let me see what time it is. It's 2:54. The committee will recess for 20 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 20 minutes.
I know.
The committee is back on the record. Good afternoon to everyone again. And we close by talking about collecting well-needed due revenues that belongs to the territory. So I would like to hear from, before we go to Senator Carrion, Senator Capehart. Senator Capehart, I would like to hear from the IRB director as well as the tax collector. What are we truly doing on the ground to collect? How much revenues we have outstanding? That's number one. And that's over the years. And what are we doing to ensure that how are we working towards collecting those revenues in a meaningful way?
Good day, Joel Lee, Bureau of Internal Revenue. The real collectability amount is between probably 100 and 150 million. Our books go back 10 years, which includes pre-hurricane, meaning Irma and Maria, and most of those businesses have done shuttered at this point. What we are doing, we are actually going on the ground and visiting businesses in person. As we discussed last time, we are now being aggressive in pulling back business license versus our denial mechanism, since we don't have that anymore. But we are now shifted our efforts to submit names, and DLC, we've started, but DLC is now fully on board to significantly pull quite a number at one time. So that's where we're at.
And tax collector?
Thank you, Senator. Brent Laird, tax collector. We have a two-pronged approach.
First, give me the number that you have outstanding on the street.
Well, outstanding, there's about 100 million in delinquent property taxes, and the issuance of the 2024 bill, with the issuance of the 2024 bill, there's about another 51 million in current property taxes that have just been issued for 2024. So as a strategy, we focus on two parts for the property taxes. Current year revenue, such as the 2024 bill that has just been issued as of June 1st. We encourage timely payments of the current year taxes so that people do not become delinquent and fall into final collection activities, as well as we are striving to improve the collection rate of the current year taxes from we've achieved about 75% collection rate within the first fiscal year of the issuance of a tax bill. We're looking to increase that to perhaps 80% or better during that first fiscal year. And then once it becomes delinquent, we offer payment plans, so we encourage folks to, if you can't pay your taxes all at once, to please go online or contact us and take out a payment plan. You don't have to, you can do it online without having to contact the office. Take out a payment plan. It costs 15% of all of the delinquent revenues that are there, and then it's spread over years for the remaining balance. If you take out a payment plan and you keep it in current fashion, we will not forward your parcels for final collection activity. So we encourage persons to do that, as well as we offer waivers of interest and penalty at certain times that we feel it would help the revenue collections of LGO.
Okay, so do you have a system in place where if you have outstanding property taxes in particular, that a letter is sent to you? Is that something that you can do based on our laws here saying, hey, Donna, you haven't paid your FY, your whatever, 2019, 2020, whatever it is, property taxes. Do you have any system in place where we are communicating directly with the outstanding individuals.
Thank you, Senator. We do have systems in place where we can do mass mailings for.
Where we are or we can? I want to be clear.
We can. Let me say why. We can do mass mailings for delinquencies. However, to be more efficient, we make certain that we have provided all list of delinquencies on every tax bill. So at every year's issuance, you have your current year taxes that are sent as well as the delinquent taxes on the back of the same bill. Beyond.
Let me stop you.
Okay.
When you go to the lab, right, and you owe the lab $20, and you don't pay that $20, they'll send you a bill every month until you give them that $20. You're saying that we are okay with billing once per year. Hey, you owe this once per year. Ain't nobody studying we. The squeaky wheel gets the oil. Nobody don't want to see in the mail every month, oh God, I got to pay this. You have to send that out.
Well, there's a cost to that also, Senator. So what we do is we see an increase in the usage of our online portal, and we've made property tax status reports free.
What's the cost?
They're free, versus they used to be $15 for a tax status report. So now you can get a tax status report for free without paying anything and find out anything that's owed on your tax account.
You totally missed what I said. If you are in somebody's air every month about money that they owe you, they're going to pay it. The things that you are talking about, they brief well, they sound good, but that don't get the attention of the individual who has an outstanding debt. You got to keep writing letters. It's going to cost. But if you start seeing the money coming in, it benefits all of us. We are now able to pay our outstanding individual our tax refunds. We are able to do these things. But if we say once a year, we reminding you of what you got to do, ain't nobody taking us on. Once a year, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. I have to say it. There's something that I'm saying we've done this over and over. It hasn't really worked for us, right? So we have to figure out how to do something different. We have to. But we have to do it well, making sure that, because, you know, we have to pay retroactive, we have to negotiate salary increases. There are so many things that we have to do. But in order to get these things done, we got to realize the revenues. You know, there's a lot of pressure on your end to pay this and pay that. But we have to also do our due diligence so we can realize the revenues. We have a small revenue base here, and we have to do our part. But doing our part is several prongs, because we got to make sure we do the negotiations, make sure people get their money so they could in fact pay it. This is all a rippling effect. But we have to start somewhere. That's my 2 cents on that. And I'm going to go to the next senator. I'm not seeing. Cheers. All right, colleagues. I know I talk a lot, but I got a lot of questions to ask. Let's talk about the rainy day fund. The graph you went? But your name ain't right on here. Well, me peace. Present. Senator De Graaf, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay, and the chair is saying rainy day fund. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers again, all of you listening and present. You know, it's a lot of work that has to be done. And I agree with that and I understand that fully. The issue I have with a budget is this is the 6th year of this administration doing the budget. We have issues, yes. If I as a legislator could help fix them, we're going to fix them. But when I hear about numbers and I see different things, it always makes me wonder why. So, Chief Springett, how many
contracts have we negotiated in 23 and 24 to present? Union contracts, how many have been negotiated in 23 that they were part of the 24 budget, and how many have been negotiated in 24 thus far?
Just bring it, Chief Negotiator. I need a moment to give you that number.
Okay.
So you need to know the ones that were completed.
They were completed, that
in fiscal
they
year.
should have been paid in 24, and the ones in 24 that have been completed that should be paid in 24 going forward also.
So both 23 and 24 that would
23
be
and
paid
24.
in their respective years.
Correct. Well, no. The 23 ones that were negotiated, even if they were late in the budget, to make sure that they should be paid in 24. They're having some revenue issues in 24. I want to make sure that those people are being paid and those negotiated, those contracts are being recognized.
23 that's paid in 24 and 24 that's being paid now.
Correct. Director Richards, Cindy Richardson, I apologize. The population of the government, has it decreased or increased?
It has decreased.
By about how many employees?
I would say about 300.
300. Okay. Commissioner McCurdy, I've been getting calls through the roof from vendors, say they're waiting for the payments, and they say they have themselves have tracked it to where they say the information and documents have been transmitted to Department of Finance. They have not been paid for several months. I understand the money issues and stuff. Are you aware of any such vendors like that?
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance. Yes, sir, I am indeed aware of, as it is right now, we have in 2024, $68 million in outstanding vendor payments. So that's quite a few people.
Okay, and have you been able to let them know that, hey, you know, we're doing our best.
1 minute.
And as soon as we could get this funding, you know.
Absolutely.
And then do you contact them on a regular basis also?
I won't say that we contact them on a regular basis, but as you can imagine, folks do reach out to us.
Yeah,
and we try our best to accommodate.
Yeah, I think we need to. Now, Mr. Leodom, based on OMB Director's testimony, property tax collections, however, have increased from the same time last year from
30 seconds.
7.8 million to 12.6 million, or 61%. Can we sustain that 61% at least going forward? It was 12.6, you said it more around 15 million to present.
Yes, yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator. Yes. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. Yes, Senator, it's about 15.5 million, and we may not maintain a 61% year-over-year increase, but we do expect to have an increase beyond last year to hit the 61 million. It was the same revenue forecast as last year. We repeated it this year, and we aim to hit it this year.
So you're saying 61% is what it is over the previous year?
No. It's
over 23?
Yes. The numbers as reported by Finance represent a 61% increase year over year from last year.
Right.
But you asked me if we can sustain that level of increase all the way forward. Right. I don't expect for us to sustain a 61% year-over-year increase.
What percentage you suspect?
Our target has been 5% increase year-over-year, which is that 61 million.
Okay, so at 61%, 5% increase, 66%?
No. The 61 million represents 5% increase over what last year would have been.
What? I got you. I got you. Okay. It was written. Okay. I just close, Madam Chair, by just asking, but you said it wasn't 61 million that was said. Based on the testimony, it said 7.8 million to 12.6 million.
Right.
or 61%? It is a 61 million.
No,
So that's what I was asking.
61% increase, but
Right.
our target projection for fiscal year '24 is 61 million.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking, can you sustain that? Based on your collections and all these things that we're talking about, outreach and different things.
We expect to reach that target of 61 million for fiscal year '24.
Okay, and Madam Chair, if Chief Springer could just answer on your time, thank you.
Good day. Good day, Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator. For the contracts that were negotiated in 2023, there was 5. I'll say two of them were for the lottery, so those were paid. All of the others, yes, the other 3 were paid, about 99% on one of them. In 2024, there was one contract completed in April. That isn't being processed right now in terms of payments.
You were just saying 99%. So
Oh, yes. So with the contracts that were negotiated in 2023, all except one is fully completed in terms of being paid. One is 99% completed.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So just piggybacking on that, so when are we going to, what union is it, and when do we anticipate seeing payment to those employees?
Okay, the one that is 99% complete is VISNA, VI State Nurses. There's just one employee that the information just needed to be verified, because nurses are based on licensing. And then the other one is RNLU, which is the Registered Nurses Leadership Union that was signed in April. The Department of Health has provided their costing, so once they get approval, they can process NOPAs.
Okay, so in FY24, we have funding set aside for union increases, correct, Director O'Neill?
Yes,
in
Senator.
our budget?
Yes.
And have we utilized any of those funds to date?
Yes, I will get the number for you.
Perfect. And then let's talk about the rainy day fund. How much have you used of the rainy day fund?
Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance. We've used 10.2
Of how much?
of 21 million.
And how do you intend to pay that back?
Well, I know the processes at the end of the year, we are to replenish whatever we've used based on revenue surplus. Should we?
Are we
should that
having
be-
a revenue surplus conversation?
No, we're not. By all indications, there's no, I don't see us having a revenue surplus, but I can't say that with any certainty.
So the intent when we passed the legislation that was vetoed is that the executive branch will look into their 2024 revenues and their 2024 appropriations, look at how they're allotting those funds, because the expectation is for them, for you to pay back those funds. Now, what portion of those funds are for payments outside of this fiscal year? You know what I mean by that? Like outstanding amounts that are not associated with, because there was some advance pay, and then there's some payments that were made on behalf of certain entities that were not associated with expenses for this fiscal year. Make sense?
From the rainy day fund?
Correct.
It's all been this fiscal year.
Okay, that sounds better.
Fiscal year.
So all of the amounts paid out
Has been in this-
against the rainy day fund was for transactions, or not your transactions, are for expenses associated with fiscal year 2024.
Correct.
Right, so that should hit those you sure know?
Yes, Senator.
That should hit those respective departments, agencies, coffers, and that money should be paid back from their allotments, no? Because you said by your own admission that you have not reduced any of their allotments.
Right.
So How are we balancing this? We got to make it make sense. If you had said to me that you made payments on behalf of agencies that were outside of this fiscal year, then we would have a different type of challenge. But if it's for money that was, if it was for expenses that were tied to this fiscal year, then it has to hit appropriately. Those
Okay.
funds have to get paid back. So that's why I asked if you're sure.
I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah.
My apologies. So the payments made on behalf of the hospitals and waste management were not just incurred in this fiscal year, the bills. They were from prior years. For instance, waste management, I think, hadn't made a payment for about a year and a half or something like that. So it is for prior years. Those payments, I think it was a total of about $6 million, or a little over $6 million on behalf of waste management, and then the difference, five-ish, four-ish was for both hospitals combined. So
But was it, you said you paid out 13.6. So how much for waste management, how much for the hospitals, et cetera, et cetera?
over six point something. I can't. I'll get you the exact.
Okay, so 6.6 million, give or take,
for waste management.
Okay, so how much was for the hospitals?
The hospitals were about 6 combined. Both hospitals. I think one Schneider Regional, JFL was almost 2, just about 2, and Schneider Regional was 3 point something.
That's right under 5, right? Right at 5. That's a 5.
A little over.
So 6 and
5,
4,
thereabouts.
6.
So that's about 11.
So you still have another 2.6.
The additional money is about $1 million plus, a little over $1 million was for the fire emergency, the Bovoni fires. I'm sorry, Bovoni fire.
So wait. So the Bovoni fire, you use the rainy day fund to cover the Bovoni fire.
The Bovoni fire.
That was under the state of emergency, that the governor.
Yes, under that state of emergency for the Bovoni fire.
Okay, so when did you all use that money?
I think the payments were made in December or January, if I'm not mistaken.
I can get that exactly when that is for you.
Colleagues, we need to look at how we're dealing with this rainy day fund thing, because that happened from December, and not a soul ain't say nothing.
Oh, yeah.
So we have to really take a deep dive and look at how we are going to be able. Director O'Neill, you have to look at, you and your financial team need to look at how we are going to rebuild this rainy day fund. Because I heard the chief executive talk about the fact that every year, since this administration has been in office, they've been sending on the rainy day fund. But of course, we are aware that the rainy day fund is appropriated by this body. So lots of things that come down to the legislature that don't get appropriated. That's one that we appropriate. So the legislature appropriates that money. So we need to have a clear understanding of what's happening and how you are going to adjust your appropriation levels to ensure that we are able to make this fund whole.
Understood, Senator. We are willing to obviously have those further conversations. Again, I'd probably by the end of this month, as mentioned, as we look at where we are with revenues through the end of June, and our expenditures, along with the amounts that the governor will agree to put in from APA based on our calculations, we can have those conversations and make a final determination on replenishment.
And then someone asked a question about the, you said the $7.6 million in interest from the
6 point something. It was 6.7.
6.7?
Yeah, they're about 6.6, 6.7.
You said 6.7.
thereabouts.
It's 6.7 you have here, right?
Yes.
Have y'all used any other money?
We used $3 million was transferred to the general fund. The additional monies are still in the account. They haven't been used.
So how is government interest handled? Any money, as far as I know, any monies that are earned for the government of the Virgin Islands needs approval by the legislature. So if we use money that came to us, that the federal government said, hey, you can put this money in an account to generate interest, and I'm going to ask the legal counsel to come up, because we need to be clear on this, because this type of this that's happening here, I don't know that this is accurate. So, but this is appropriate is the word. So I need to understand, Director O'Neill, what authority does the GVI executive branch have on its own to expend $3 million in interest of the $200 million?
So, Senator, if you recall, last year, and I think the prior year, but last year in particular, as we went through the revenue projections, we did include a projection for interest earnings inside of the revenues. So it formed part of the overall revenues. I think, I'm trying to find the sheet, but I believe it was around $8 million that we estimated for interest earnings. We can go back, I can get that and submit, but it did form part of the overall revenue projections.
Okay, so I am looking at this interest on debt service. I have the revenue sheet here that's associated with the budget. I see here, because we actually worked on this, so it says ARPA.
I think we had.
I don't see that here.
I think we had included it in the all other, that category that says all other for 9.6. I can get the breakdown again, but I believe that's what we had. Remember, we'd taken copious notes with your chief of staff, yourself, and I, so we can go back and look at it, but that was where the number came from. So it's not without.
I just need to make sure that
I'll pull all this.
What we're doing, we have the authority to do it.
Yes.
Okay, so
understood.
Because you are aware that what I said earlier is accurate, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay,
and
so I need to make sure
that discussion, but we can go back and get the numbers again. I believe it was about 8 million though.
Because I'm seeing ARPA at 69.1 million. ARPA and other revenue on this revenue sheet. The forecast for anticipated revenues.
Yes.
So we have to have a sit down to understand exactly what's happening here. But again, I'm going to urge you all to really look at these revenues to determine what areas you're going to reduce. Because we can't continue to have the conversation that we're having. And then how much have you paid out in property tax refunds? Tax refunds for fiscal year 24 thus far.
10 million.
And what
11 million, I'm sorry.
11 million. And how much did we budget that we were going to pay out? Let me check.
45 million.
And based on, we took that off the top. That's how it works, right?
Yes.
So
we have lined up. We just had a conversation earlier. We will be sending out at least another 5 million in the next week or two, and probably another 5 million somewhere after that. But it is the governor's priority, as he's let us know, to get refunds out. We were essentially caught up, and now we've fallen behind again, and that is not a position that we want to be in, and so we are going to be pushing forward on getting the refunds out, because we recognize if we do not put money out into the economy, nothing comes back in, and so it's that pay-to-play type. You got to spend to make.
5 million ain't enough though.
Yeah, we understand, which is why it's going to be a total of 10 within maybe a 2 or 3 week span. 10 million will go out. So we just have to Senator Francis's point, do a little at a time and get everything out, even if we can't do all one time.
How much did you generate on income from the federal government? Because it'll give us.
Director of IRB, give me a few minutes to actually tell you that number.
Okay, so while we're waiting for that, Mr. Simmons, bond payments. I know we also take that off the top. Our bond payments, I know we have.
Good afternoon, Nathan Simmons, PFA.
Just for the public, when are they due and our ability to pay them?
Bond payments are made September 30th and April 30th of each year. Interest is paid April 30th. Principal payments are made September 30th. The funds are available in the trustee account. The gross receipts are deducted every month from Department of Finance and transferred to the trustee. So the funds are available to pay them.
So we are solid on that. So we made our interest payment for April?
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, then I think I have one last thing. You had a printed information? One second. So we did a line of credit it just seemed like forever. You had so much energy around it. How is that going? I know that we have not. Just give us some update as it relates to the line of credit.
I actually have that in my other testimony.
No problem. Then we'll wait for that. Okay. Not an issue. Not an issue. Because we need to move on anyway. There's a point of information, Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, and then we're going to get into the FY 2025. Okay?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Simmons, PFA, you know I like to keep a running track of the Mellon Bank of New York trustee. So can you give us the latest balance in that account?
If you give me a couple of minutes, I can pull it up, so.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Colleagues, I don't know if I missed anything. I see that our biggest Achilles heel is our corporate taxes, as well as we're seeing a reduction in our stamp taxes. Mr. Mills?
Good afternoon, Aaron Mills, tax assessor. The stamp taxes are based on the amount of activity in terms of property transfer. So that fluctuates depending on what's happening in the rest of the economy. And so that's where we are.
Okay. So Director O'Neill, we're going to ask for a update, or I guess it would be Director O'Neill, yes. At least we'll send you the correspondence around the update so we could know that we are on task with exactly what you're doing. We appreciate the fact that you recognize that we have to work on the structural deficit and the policy. Nothing prevents, while we may appropriate available until expended, nothing prevents the Department of Finance from instituting policies that says XYZ as it relates to that. And then one last thing, and then we're going to close and go to the next one. That's tied to the Department of Property and Procurement and the contracts and the structural deficit that you talked about. I'll just give you the quick scenario. There's a contract for $5 million. What's been traditional is $5 million over 5 years. What's been happening traditionally, I don't know if it has stopped, is there's this expectation that I have to show that I have $5 million in an encumbrance in order for the contract to move forward. That's also contributing to the structural deficit. We should see a responsibility of that agency to say, I need $1 million this year, the next year, the following year, up until the close of the 5-year window. What's happening now with those types of contracts?
So, Senator, thank you for the question. We have recognized that that is an issue. We've noted that with a number of contracts in a number of departments. So as the financial team, when we meet every Tuesday, that team actually includes the Commissioner for the Department of Property and Procurement. And so we've had the discussions. Governor Bryan and Chief of Staff Knight have been involved in that, and we've made a decision to not do that anymore. So that there will not be a requirement. We only have an annual budget for 1 year, and so the amount of any encumbrance can only be for that current year. Every year after that, for that contract period, we'll need to have another purchase order generated for that 1 year's worth of contract expenses. So that is what we're doing now moving forward as well.
Okay. Thank you. So it means that from the post-audit end as well, we need to, when we send out the information, we need to be asking that that becomes a part of the process and a part of the analysis. All right, colleagues. Senator Novalee Francis Jr., recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director, have there been a policy drafted in regards to that, a directive, executive order? How is that, again, being conveyed outside of just a word of mouth? How are we holding individuals accountable for that?
So we are working on drafting policies. We actually, we're working on drafting the policies so that it is clear. And to have one central place, or whether it's an executive order or an act that is passed by this body, with all of the public finance management functions, what needs to happen. So your policies and procedures, that will be in there. In many other jurisdictions, that's what they have, a Public Finance Management Act. We do not have that. We have every department doing their own thing or issuing memos, and nobody remembers what a memo said last week versus 2 years ago. So we're working now to consolidate, have everything linked, and everything make sense so that it aligns. We've found, in the past where you may have a policy at DPP that doesn't align with the policy at finance, for instance. And so we've recognized that, and we're working by drafting those policies that aligns across the board. Will now be more seamless in the things that we do.
Yeah, I think what gets what get monitored get done, and we want to make sure that there's policies that advance us, whenever we're there, so we can really be able to hold individuals accountable. If it's not written, then we can't hold them accountable for that.
Exactly.
So I can't wait to see what that policy looks like. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And audits do we have financial audits that will be completed in fiscal year 24? What's the status? Please recognize the mic of Commissioner
Good
McCurdy.
afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance. We are scheduled to complete our 2022 audits at the end of August and 2023 at the end of December.
So you're doing them simultaneously?
Well, so part of what we wanted to do in this discussion that we've had is so we've been doing them where we'd have the financial audits complete and then kind of move on to the single audit. We're exploring mechanisms to have us do them simultaneously, where we don't have to wait for one to be completed and then move on to the other one.
Do you have the resources to do that?
Well, we're contracting it outside, so it's not about us really. It's about the firm that we have engaged to do that, whether or not they can do that simultaneously.
Well, I don't know if I 100% agree with you, because you have to still deal with the departments and agencies who are pulling information, getting data. It's a whole lot of information that has to be gathered. I mean, I would love to hear that, because that's one of the things that need to happen.
I agree with you. I think part of what we need to do is just kind of, I think long gone are the days when we can just rely on it's going to get done when it gets done. If we want to get out of third party, we need to stay consistent with our audits, and I think that's the goal of everybody, to get out of third party fiduciary. So that is part of a consistent effort that we've been pushing.
All right, well, Mr. Simmons, your response?
Yes, good afternoon. In response to Senator Fonseca's question regarding the funding that's held at the Bank of New York Mellon from bond proceeds, the total is $139.5 million.
Did you get that? All right, thank you.
And
all right,
Senator.
Somebody was saying,
Me.
Director O'Neill?
So to answer your question, I think you asked the question about the wage adjustments and how much we'd use. So we've used $1,869,668.
Okay, so you still have another $6+ million.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're encouraging all departments that have not yet processed their new NOPAs for increases to get on them ASAP.
Who are these departments?
I honestly, we'll have to check and see which ones have not yet been processed, but.
Well, we'll talk about it in the next cycle, but folks need to get paid. Yeah, we got to pay our people. All right, colleagues, I think we've exhausted our conversation around fiscal year 2024. There is much work to do in 24, and there's a whole lot of monitoring that has to occur in FY24, because we have to figure out how to chip away at this structural deficit that we continue to see mounting. I think Commissioner McCurdy said he has $68 million worth of outstanding debt. Correct? And I'm certain that it spans over how many fiscal years?
Fortunately, just 2024. So 68 for 2024. Sorry, pardon me. We have outstanding for 2024 $64 million. Let me get the exact amount.
Mm-hmm.
So we have $64 million for FY24 and $4 million for prior to FY24.
Prior years.
Prior years, yes.
Okay, so you're no, that is not true. You need to pay the retroactive. That's part of the outstanding obligation for 23.
Sorry, vendor payments.
It's not entered yet.
Oh, so that's vendor payments.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't understand it. I don't want to belabor this conversation, but based on your current revenues, and you only have $4 million for the prior year, the mathematics.
So,
you understand what I'm saying?
Not quite, no.
Well, your gosh, what did I do with that paper? We're going to discuss it in the next cycle. Let's move on to this next meeting. But if you're short, what's the delta right now? If you divide the fiscal year, I can't put my hand on it, and it's an exercise that I did. If we divide the fiscal year by 4, the obligation is 240. I remember that, 240 per quarter, 240 million, right? Correct? I give or take.
Okay.
So you collected 5, what the paper is, 5 and something million. So So how we can't pay our vendors?
Because.
Let me see the paper. I can't find it, man. I catch me good on this one.
Remember,
Okay,
Senator,
then.
we noted that we paid $179 million in prior year expenses within this year.
Oh, so you're left with 4.
Correct.
So you're left with 4.
Right.
So you paid all your prior year expenses.
Not all.
Right? Well, except 4 million.
Yes.
And then we have the other,
Correct.
the elephant in the room, right?
Yes.
So, again, Director O'Neill, well, you have your $90 million delta is based on the appropriation. So we gotta be clear. Your
Yes.
$90 million delta is based on the appropriation for fiscal year '24 and the revenues for '24.
Yes, Senator.
But then your delta bigger than that, because what you did is you made payments for a previous year. So you got to add 91 plus 1, whatever the number is,
Well,
179.
We can debate this.
We ain't gonna debate it. I'm just saying that as you issue your allotments, you have to put all of that into consideration. Otherwise, you're at the point where you have to make a very, very tough decision. Otherwise, in order to stop the bleeding, that's what I'm saying. So you have to make that tough decision. It's a hard decision, but it has to be made some way, somehow. It don't have to be made all in this year, but we have to incrementally start making it in order to catch up.
Correct.
Correct? So we ain't gonna argue that one then?
No.
Okay, good. All right, colleagues, we've exhausted our discussion around the FY24 update. We look forward to, getting information from Director O'Neill and her team. We're going to try to get that information on a monthly basis. So up to the close of the fiscal year, the committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes so we can get ourselves together for the... Actually, we need to make a motion. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0262, an act appropriating $1,434,950 in fiscal year 2024 from the Communities Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft costs funding to prepare the Charlotte Amalie Harbor for dredging be placed on today's agenda. I so move.
Bill number 35-0262. It has been properly moved to place this on today's agenda. It has been seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objections, so ordered. All right, so let me just give a quick explanation. This, I think I gave it already, but this bill was before the Senate. There was $17 million for the dredging of Charlotte Amalie Harbor. There's apparently some startup costs that's associated with getting the project online, and we need to just hear from Mr. Simmons. So if you could do that quickly, whether or not the $1.434950 is in fact available from the Community Facilities Trust Fund, and can you please have your staff forward to our attention the information that shows the evidence of these funds being available, and then we can make an appropriate decision later on. Mr. Simmons?
Good afternoon, Nathan Simmons, Public Finance Authority. Madam Chair, we support the appropriation of the $1.4 million for the soft costs associated with the...
He asked, the stenographer asked if you could speak a little louder. Thank you.
Sorry. We support the appropriation of the $1.4 million for the soft costs associated with the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor from the Communities Facilities Trust.
Do you have the funding available?
Yes, ma'am. The funding in the let's put it this way: the amount remaining available for appropriation is $1.1 million. However, the cash balance in the fund is over $15 million. So we believe that there are substantial appropriations that will not be expended in the remainder of this fiscal year. And by October, we receive an additional 3.4 million from the rum tax cover over. So clearly, we can fund this appropriation, and we support.
Mr. Simmons, I is one of your proteges. You would have never let me say that. So you have 1.1, and it's short 300 and something thousand.
Right.
So what are those projects? Because we,
for instance, we have $2 million for the Leonardo Trotman Drive. That's not going to be funded anytime soon. You got another $5 million for the racetrack.
So let me ask you this question. What do you anticipate receiving in fiscal year 24?
3.4 million.
3.4.
Yeah.
In, give or take, September, October, right? When
October 1.
Yeah. Okay, so we just need to get a commitment from you that you are going to hold the
once the appropriation is made, it is added to the list of appropriations, and once funding comes, then it's deducted. So
okay, so but right now if we say yes today, we would be. I mean, I understand the rationale.
The cash balance, the cash is there to fund it.
The cash balance is there. And Leonardo, how much was Leonardo? Was 2 million?
That alone is 2 million.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, and that project is. Does anyone know, Director O'Neill, or do you know whether or not that project is moving? Because we want to make sure we get certain things on the record in order to move this along, because the dredging needs to get done, and we're having this is a $300,000 conversation, correct?
Yeah,
give or take.
Senator, as far as I know, it will not be done in this year, so that frees up that $2 million.
Can you please reach out to Mr.
Commissioner Gabriel?
Please.
Confirmation? Absolutely.
All right, thank you. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes. The committee is back on the record. I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please read Block 2 into the record.
Block 2, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will receive testimony from the government's financial team on the FY 2025 budget overview for the government of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers are Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director of Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Brent Latham, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Josh Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Mr. Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance, Mr. Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, and Ms. Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The testifiers are the same testifiers from this morning, so we don't need to ask you to please put your name and title on the record. However, it appears as if we have a new stenographer. So before you speak, I'm going to ask you to put your name on the record at minimum. Director O'Neill, you share that you have a short or 2 short videos. Which one?
2 short videos, Senator.
2 short videos to share with us this afternoon before you begin your testimony. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator.
Perfect. So you may proceed. I will ask, are you going to talk through it or?
No, there's sound.
Okay,
to it.
great. So media, are you ready to roll the first video? We need to hear it.
Have you ever wondered how our beautiful islands manage their money to ensure everything runs smoothly? Let's take a dive into the fascinating world of budgeting in the United States Virgin Islands, where we'll explore how our yearly budget is created and approved and where all the money comes from to keep our community thriving. Our fiscal year starts every October 1st and ends on September 30th, like a big circle around the calendar. First things first, our governor and their team, who work on behalf of all of us, decide where our money should go based on what's most important for our community. It's like drawing a map to guide us towards a prosperous future. Then, the Office of Management and Budget starts putting together our yearly budget. They look at things like how much we spent before, how prices might change, and if we're getting any extra money from other places, kind of like adding up all the ingredients for a recipe. By the way, did you know that by law, a proposed budget has to be submitted to the legislature by May 30th? That's right. The Office of Management and Budget makes sure to submit the proposed budget to the governor on time, and then the governor sends it to the legislature, just like clockwork. Once the priorities are set, the money gets divided among different parts of our government, showing how much is available for each thing we want to do. But wait, where does all that money come from? Well, most of it, about 62%, comes from things like property taxes and the money we pay on our income tax. Yep, that's right. Even you make a big contribution. The rest of the money comes from grants and help from the federal government, plus other fees and incomes like licenses and permits. Now, what do we spend all that money on? Well, it's a lot of things. From important stuff like hospitals, firefighters, and police, to fun things like parks and libraries. We've got over 400 different services, all there to make life better for everyone. But it's not just about spending money. We also must make sure we're not spending more than we have. That's why our budget must be balanced, meaning the money we bring in must match what we spend. Starting in June, our leaders in the legislature look over the budget, making sure everything is just right. They can even make changes if needed to keep everything in line with what's best for our islands. And before the new year starts, our budget must be signed off by the governor and approved by the legislature. Once it's all official, the money becomes available for our departments and agencies to use for all the things we need. So, there you have it. Our budget keeps our islands running smoothly, making sure we have everything we need to live comfortable lives. If you want to learn even more, you can check out the Office of Management and Budget website.
And there's a second one? You can roll the second one, media.
Step into the vibrant world of the government of the Virgin Islands Digital Budget Book, where we unveil the intricate tapestry of fund allocations and our visionary plans to elevate our stunning territory. Your journey starts here as we unravel the fiscal roadmap shaping the future of our beloved islands. When you arrive to our website, the first thing you should see is our navigation menu. Dive into the heart of our financial strategy with the Overview tab, where the pulse of our budget beats strong. Begin here to grasp the grand design of fiscal stewardship for the upcoming year. Hear the wisdom of our leaders in the Governor's Message and OMB Director's Message, and meet the powerhouse team driving our governmental machinery in the Governor's Cabinet. Let the Navigating the Digital Budget Book be your trusted compass through this vast sea of information, providing you with the tools to effectively navigate our digital budget book. From demographic trends to debt schedules, indulge in the financial summary for a panoramic view of our financial landscape. Be sure to delve deeper into detailed expenditure reports and federal grant summaries to uncover the shades of our financial ecosystem. Next, you can venture into the bustling realm of the Operating tab, where the lifeblood of our finances flows. Peek behind the curtain of accountability with the Authorized Personnel section, ensuring transparency in our workforce. Dissect the anatomy of efficient governance in the Operating Budget Process Breakdown, and finally witness the symphony of revenue sources in Operating Budget Revenues. Moving to the Departments tab, embark on a voyage through the central government to witness the orchestration through the lens of a single department. Immerse yourself in our meticulous approach to budget allocation, where every dollar is a brushstroke painting the canvas of progress. Explore the department pages, where links to activity centers and performance overviews await. These sections provide a deeper understanding of how each department contributes to our strategic goals. Select the link to a specific activity center to get an in-depth view of just exactly how the inner functions of a particular agency's service operates. Hit the back button on your browser to return to the department page. Click on the performance overview to unravel the specifics of how we measure success through detailed performance scorecards on each department page. Expand these scorecards to view historical data, which helps track progress and effectiveness over time. Next, you can uncover the hidden gems of our community in the Miscellaneous Entities tab, where independent agencies shine as beacons of change. From utilities to housing development, explore the structure and functions of these pivotal entities. After that, look into the pillars of our future in the Capital Projects section, where monumental projects lay the groundwork for our infrastructure and long-term prosperity. From roadways to public amenities, witness the blueprint of progress unfolding. Having trouble with fiscal terminology? Access the glossary, where definitions await to illuminate your understanding. Also, you can use the sitemap for direct access to department pages, activity centers, and performance overviews, facilitating your navigation through this detailed landscape. Sitemap serves as your ultimate guide, leading you effortlessly across our digital terrain. In conclusion, we extend our deepest gratitude for embarking on this journey through the executive budget. Together, let us continue to champion transparency and effective governance, as we forge ahead in our mission to enhance the quality of life for every cherished Virgin Islander. The adventure awaits, the future beckons, and together we shall thrive.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. I just have to ask you one question. In the first video, is the lady, is that what do you call that, AI of you?
The avatar?
The avatar, is that Jennifer O'Neill?
I believe so.
Yeah, I saw the part, so I figured it was you.
They try to do the part with the natural hair.
Yeah, very well done. Very well done. Very nice. Thank you. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, and thank you to the team at OMB for pulling that together. You'd be amazed. There were a number of GVI fellows that were actually involved in that, and they did an amazing job. Good afternoon, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, and other members of the 35th Legislature, along with the viewing and listening audience. Again, I am Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget. And with me are Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance, Joel Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Cindy Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel, Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator, the Office of Collective Bargaining, Brent Leardom, Tax Collector, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Adrian Williams Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, and in the as well, we also have Bernicia Liebert, the Senior Policy Advisor at the Bureau of Economic Research. On behalf of Governor Albert Bryan Jr., we present the fiscal year 2025 proposed executive budget overview. In 2023, anyway. Okay. Here we go. Okay. In 2023, the U.S. Virgin Islands continued to demonstrate economic resilience by maintaining record lows in unemployment rates and a continually improving tourism sector. As of April 2024, the employment rate stood at 3.2%, down from 3.6% in fiscal year 23 during the same time. The workforce remained stable, adding 369 people, and bringing the total workforce to 40,147 as of April 2024. Employment upticks were particularly notable in sectors like leisure and hospitality, education and health services, wholesale and government, while others such as construction and manufacturing have exhibited some job losses. This is indicative of the nature of the economy and the need for adaptive policies and strategies to navigate fluctuations and sustain growth. Within the proposed general fund fiscal year 2025 budget of $896,803,010, you will find a continuation of the prudent and conservative approach we have employed since 2019. In contrast to the fiscal year 2024 general fund proposed appropriation total of $974,062,924, the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget has been reduced by approximately $77 million. A decrease mostly attributable to the elimination of several one-time obligations, as well as a reduction in the wage adjustment line item to only cover pending negotiated contracts scheduled to take effect on October 1st, 2024. This cautious strategy ensures that we are putting forward a balanced budget that matches our estimated revenues for fiscal year 2025 and aims to ensure financial stability and resilience in the face of potential uncertainties or fluctuations in the economic landscape. By maintaining a cautious stance, we prioritize fiscal responsibility and mitigate the risk associated with unforeseen challenges. This approach also allows us to build and maintain reserves, providing a safety net for unexpected expenses or opportunities that may arise throughout the fiscal year, as has traditionally been the case. Overall, our commitment to conservative budgeting reflects our dedication to enhanced financial management and sustainable growth for the territory. The budget we have submitted for fiscal year 2025 incorporates over 559 vacancies across various departments and accounts for wage adjustments corresponding to current wage agreements scheduled to be finalized and implemented on October 1st. Please note there are ongoing negotiations for fiscal year 2025 insurance rates, so no rate increase has been factored into the budget. In addition to weekly cash flow analysis and projections, OMB and Department of Finance jointly and consistently forecast quarterly and annual revenues and expenditures from all sources, with a particular focus on the general fund. These forecasts inform our overall financial planning, guiding revisions to our forecast and five-year plan as needed. The 5 major revenue categories vary regarding growth and reductions in comparison to the fiscal year 2024 year-to-date projections, with the largest anticipated increase of 23% being in the corporate income tax category, and the only decrease being in property taxes. However, all areas show overall growth in comparison to fiscal year 2023's actual collections of $941,421,531, inclusive of hotel occupancy taxes. We expect personal income tax to increase by 9% to $502.3 million in fiscal year 2025. We expect this increase to continue to hold fast as the territory continues to maintain a low unemployment rate and continues to grow an improved labor market. We expect corporate income to increase 23% with the launching of billion-dollar bid packages and the expected increase in construction activity. We project that we will see a significant increase of $19 million as fiscal year 2025 projections increase to $100.2 million versus the $81.3 million that we projected for fiscal year 24. Real property taxes, it's a slight decrease of 1%, down to $60.3 million as opposed to $61 million in fiscal year 2025. We remain optimistic that we will continue to collect, and the economy is already showing steady growth with the realization that past projections have not been achieved. The decrease in real property tax projections provides an opportunity for a more realistic goal. Gross receipts, we expect to increase by 9% to $214 million, up $6 million from fiscal year 2023, due mostly to the increased project bundles again and construction activity. So the projection for that is $234.3 million. Excise taxes are projected to increase by 6% and will continue to increase as the economy exhibits a robust and sustainable growth trajectory attributed to flourishing tourism and construction industry activity. Excise tax collections are projected to increase from $42 million to $44.3 million. Other notable revenue increases can be found in various areas, including the hotel tax and non-hotel tax categories, with slight increases in the preliminary actuals from fiscal year 23's $40.8 million to $43.7 million in fiscal year 2025. While hotel and non-hotel taxes are not a part of the general fund, this growth shows stability for the tourism revolving fund and is being tracked along with other local funds to provide an overall total revenue projection to align with all proposed appropriations. Overall, the general fund revenue projections of $897,047,415 for fiscal year 2025 has increased by 3% when compared to the projected $872,160,208 for fiscal year 2024. Additionally, while the general fund is projected to collect a net revenue of $897 million, the gross revenue collections are projected at just over $1 billion. The presented proposed fiscal year 2025 budget comprehensively includes mandatory expenditures totaling $1.4 billion. This sum encompasses both appropriated and non-appropriated funds, detailed as follows. General Fund, $896,803,010. Other appropriated funds, $97,949,177. Federal funds, $416,839,994. And other non-appropriated funds, $28,970,041, for a total budget of $1,440,562,222. In addition to the general fund, I would say the $97.9 million that I mentioned and other appropriated local funds, they are a collection of special purpose funds established by the legislature. And the additional $28.9 million in local government revenues that are not subject to annual appropriations are classified as non-appropriated funds. The sources of those revenues are primarily fees and charges for business activity services by governmental entities. The total federal grants funding projected to be available to the territory for fiscal year 25 has increased significantly by 127%, reaching $8,706,908,404. This is a substantial increase compared to the $3.8 billion presented last year. The primary driver behind this increase is the surge in disaster recovery funding allocated to the territory. Disaster recovery funding has grown from $3.2 billion to $8.2 billion, primarily due to the approval of additional projects by FEMA. In addition to disaster recovery funding, $443 million of the projected total represents non-disaster related federal dollars available to the government of the Virgin Islands, including $26.1 million from the Department of Interior's Office of Insular Affairs. This significant increase in funding underscores the enhanced support and resources being directed towards both disaster recovery and general deployment within the territory. It is worth noting that while the $8.2 billion is available or obligated to the territory, the fiscal year 2025 budget only accounts for the $443 million from other federal agencies, including the Department of Interior. The Office of Disaster Recovery anticipates that $474 million of the obligated $8.2 billion will be spent on disaster recovery projects throughout the territory in fiscal year 2025. This should result in $23.7 million in revenue by way of gross receipt taxes and other forms of revenue for the foreseeable future. These projections were made on projects with expected construction activity within the priority sectors. Some of the largest spending projects are comprised of several schools, to include the rebuild of Arthur Richards K-8 school, Central High School, and Charlotte Amalie High School. In the healthcare sector, reconstruction of the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Center and the Charles Howard Medical Complex are ongoing, which will result in significant enhancements to our healthcare facilities. And construction at Charles Seals Fire Station, Enid Ba, and Charles Turnbull Libraries are anticipated to generate significant tax revenues as well. Additionally, infrastructure work is expected to continue with WAPA's undergrounding projects across the territory, as well as a number of road and drainage improvements. The recent obligation of several schools and hospitals leaves the territory with 24 fixed cost projects remaining to be agreed upon with FEMA. The implementation of the line of credit has been instrumental in allowing the territory to keep pace in the aftermath of the 2017 disaster and to allow for revenue to circulate further within the territory. Some of these projects include the Educational Complex High School and the Edith Williams Alternative Academy, the Virgin Islands Department of Education's Diageo Warehouse Land Acquisition, the Department of Human Services Queen Louise Land Acquisition, the Christiansted Sewer Line Project, the Water and Power Authority's permanent electrical projects, and the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation's MUSCO, or however you say that, MUSCO lighting project. As of May 24, 2024, the government of the Virgin Islands has drawn $70,797,795 from the line of credit and has repaid $15,355,869, or 22% of the drawn amount. Of the amount remaining to be repaid, 81%, or $45 million, is attributed to the acquisition of the propane assets. The Revised Organic Act of 1954, as amended, grants authorization to the Virgin Islands to issue various types of municipal securities, including general obligation and revenue bonds. The Act imposes a restriction on the issuance of general obligation bonds, capping it at 10% of the total assessed valuation of taxable property in the territory. As confirmed by the Tax Assessor's Office, the 2023 total assessed value of taxable property stands at $14.8 billion, thus setting the general obligation debt ceiling at approximately $1.48 billion. Presently, the outstanding general obligation debt amounts to $496.5 million, leaving approximately $983.5 million in debt ceiling capacity. The debt schedule is available for your review. Regarding investment management, the Public Finance Authority oversees debt service funds and manages proceeds from debt issuances on behalf of the government. The authority had an average of $141.3 million under management in 2023, generating approximately $6.4 million in investment earnings. On capital projects, as of April 30th, 2024, there was approximately $76.2 million in unexpended bonds and loan proceeds. RUM cover over program earnings for fiscal year 2024 were affected by adjustments with ongoing efforts to pursue changes to excise tax revenue distribution under the Caribbean Basin Economic Recovery Act. Budget highlights. We have further demonstrated our commitment to the well-being of our community by providing additional resources for essential services to the Governor Wong F. Louis Hospital, Schneider Regional Medical Center, who will both receive $1 million. Well, they've been appropriated an additional $1 million each. And the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority for an additional $1.4 million, guaranteeing that vital utilities are adequately budgeted for and they can continue to meet the needs of our residents without falling behind again on their utility bills. We continue to budget $5 million for road repairs territory-wide, which underscores our dedication to enhancing transportation infrastructure and promoting economic development. Additionally, our sustained commitment to funding the Budget Stabilization Fund at $5 million ensures that we maintain a prudent fiscal reserve to weather unforeseen challenges and secure a stable financial future. We were also able to include funding for the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation's Clinton E. Phipps racetrack operations and the Virgin Islands Police Department's Executive Security Unit, thereby safeguarding key aspects of public infrastructure and safety. Notable this year also is our official transition to an outcome-based budget. The administration's 6 priority outcomes were used to help departments and agencies re-strategize their focuses for the upcoming fiscal year. You will notice a budget that aligns with these outcomes of providing quality education, advancing technology to support a high-performing government, prioritizing commitments for safe and sustainable infrastructure, promoting the well-being of healthy citizens, bolstering economic growth, and making strategic investments into becoming a clean and energy-efficient territory. Our proposed budget framework is now structured to drive accountability for agency service outcomes and delivery, paired with performance measures that guide implementation strategies. Despite the reduction in the proposed budget ceilings from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025, we remain committed to ensuring that each agency and department can effectively maintain essential services to the community. This has been achieved through shrewd financial management and strategic resource allocation, allowing us to prioritize the most critical needs while navigating cyclical financial constraints. Moreover, we will continue to meet our obligations regarding wage negotiations, recognizing the importance of fair compensation for our dedicated public servants. By striking a balance between fiscal responsibility and meeting the needs of our workforce, we demonstrate our unwavering dedication to both sound fiscal management and the well-being of our community. In conclusion, the submission of the proposed executive budget for fiscal year 2025, themed Fulfilling the Promise of Fiscal Solvency, marks a milestone in our commitment to transparency, accountability, and the prosperity of our territory. The introduction of our inaugural electronic budget book exemplifies our dedication to enhancing public understanding of the budgeting process, fostering transparency, and promoting informed decision-making. We are proud to have prioritized the allocation of resources toward essential services, infrastructure enhancements, and fiscal reserves, showcasing prudent financial management and a steadfast commitment to meeting the needs of our community as we embrace outcome-based budgeting and navigate challenges related to performance and results. Our unwavering dedication to sound fiscal management and the well-being of our workforce remains at the forefront of our priorities. On behalf of the team at OMB and the governor's financial team, Madam Chair, that concludes the written testimony, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill, for your testimony on the 2025 budget presentation. And colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round as we hear from the government's financial team on how they built the budget and looking at the revenue forecasts, looking at the historical forecasts or the historical actuals, etc. So colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. We're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues, and thank you so much, Director O'Neill, for your testimony. Again, you gave a lot of good information. In your testimony, you spoke to the percentage in terms of personal income tax, a 9% increase. Corporate income tax, 23% increase, a decrease in real property tax of 1%, gross receipt tax, increase of 9%, excise tax, an increase of 6%. What I see with these percentages, I see room for improvement in many of those areas, and let me tell you why. Because, as was stated earlier from the IRB director, he stated we have about $100+ million on the streets. The tax collector, we have $100 million from last year, I believe, and $50 million this year so far to this point. Correct?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Yes.
Brent Latham, tax collector. There's
Yes.
about $100 million from prior years.
Correct.
And about $51 million from this year.
Correct. Today for this year, exactly. And we have heard also there's, I believe, $26 million from the Finance Commissioner McCurdy in terms of our outstanding vendor payments. Am I correct?
Commissioner McCarty, Department of Finance. outstanding vendor payments is 64
Correct, $64 million.
for FY24.
And based on what I'm hearing, I think it's critical and important that we work with our small businesses in terms of paying them, reason being, they pay excise tax, you know, to get the products and the supplies, etc. They have to ship them in, etc. They pay all of the different taxes, and that will help in so many ways. You know, they're all connected in one way or next. So I see the importance of assuring that we take care of those individuals, you know, because we are going through the recovery process and the rebuilding process, and in terms of our infrastructure, the schools, the hospitals, the healthcare facilities, our roads and other capital projects, you know, there's a lot going on at the same time within the same space. So it's critical that we really see how we can assure that we pay our vendors on time, so they in turn can pay their taxes on time, and also their employees, etc. And it's a trickle-down effect. So everyone needs to be on point with that. Now let me speak to many of the projects that's coming online that will assist also in bringing in more revenue, because as was stated in the testimony, you have in respect to federal dollars, there are a lot of federal funds, also unprecedented amount coming through. It was stated that some $8.2 billion, but only 474 million will be spent on disaster recovery projects throughout the territory in fiscal year 2025. Let me ask Director Actalin Williams, in respect to those numbers, how did you come up with that $474 million anticipated? Actalin Williams?
1 minute.
Adrian Williams,
Actalin, I'm sorry.
Senator, the amount that was included in the FY 2025 budget are projects that are actually going to be in construction and generating revenue. We received a significant amount of obligations, the projects that are just in the beginning stages, and they will not be generating revenue in the fiscal year. It will be more of the planning. So it was actually on projects that we know there will be a significant spend.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, of course, he spoke to $5 million for roads repairs territory-wide, but I know it's going to be much more than that. But nonetheless, I just want to state the importance of us paying our vendors, you know, how critical it is, and seeing the connection with all of the different taxes and revenue that can be acquired as a result of just that first step in terms of payments to our vendors. So again, I look forward to further discussions. It's going to be a pretty steady and busy year for all of us. I look forward to having more collaboration and more discussions moving forward. I want to thank you guys for all that you do, and to continue on pounding pavement and being aggressive in terms of collection efforts. Thank you so much for your responses. And Madam Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So, Director O'Neill, you spoke about the fact that the government is moving from performance-based budgeting.
Yes.
Are you
Senator.
okay?
No, my migraine is. I have two persons that will, one in St. Croix and one in the chambers that I would need to step in to help answer some questions, please. So Kamika Woods in St. Thomas, and Shanisa Emmanuel on St. Croix in the chambers.
Ms. Woods? Okay, so while she comes into the well, So you said you have someone else on St. Croix? That's in the well? That's in the audience that needs to come into the well?
Yes, she's there.
I'm not
Going
sure
in.
who's there, but somebody.
She's going in now.
We need to escort her into the well. What's her name?
Shanisa Emmanuel.
Okay. I'll ask them to put their names on the record. But while she's getting situated, so you've moved from a performance-based budget to an outcome-based budget.
Yes, Senator. We never really fully implemented the performance based, and we feel it's just better to be focused more on your outcomes. As part of outcomes, you're still looking at performance and ensuring that people are doing what we're supposed to be doing. But the outcomes are better reflective of where we are, and we're able to monitor easier.
So in instances where you're dealing with service-type agencies, how do you truly move to outcome-based?
So there are a number of areas within each agency. A lot of agencies are service-based, and they have specific KPIs tied to certain areas and how well they're performing those services. So what we did was looked comprehensively at other jurisdictions and what they were measuring, so that we weren't trying to reinvent the wheel or pull something out of the air. We looked at others and worked with agencies to create KPIs that made sense and that they could measure, even for service-based departments.
So this year you have removed the KPIs, the key performance indicators, from the budget, correct?
Ms. Emmanuel?
Oh, before we have her respond, I'm going to ask the two new testifiers to please put their name and title on the record, and we're going to start with Ms. Woods. Please recognize the mic of...
Good afternoon, Kimika Woods, Associate Director, Office of Management and Budget.
And Ms. Emmanuel, please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Shanisa Emmanuel, Acting Associate Director, Budget Operations.
Okay, so you were asking one of your colleagues to
Yes,
respond?
Ms. Emmanuel, to speak to what's reflected in the book. KPIs.
I didn't hear the question clearly. Can the question be repeated? I'm sorry.
So we note that this year there are no KPIs per se in the 25 budget. So what are we measuring? We do see some other type of information, but we want it to be clearly placed on the record. What and how are you measuring the outcome-based budgeting?
So what you see currently in the book is actually KPIs. The KPIs are just reported differently. The KPIs are now aligned with the overall 6 priority outcomes that is aligned with the administration rather than activity centers.
So the KPIs that you used before, those are now out the window?
They're not totally out. The departments work to revise some of them, but they're not totally out. And now, instead of reporting by activity center, as Ms. Emmanuel said, it's more broad based on the functional areas.
So it's heavily dependent on, this is the function of this agency. So it's broader. This is a function of agency X, and there are certain things that have to occur within that agency. So that's how you're measuring it.
Yes, Senator.
And once you're measuring those areas, how do you address the shortfalls, potential shortfalls?
In terms of revenues or
no, the performance, yes.
Well, there are ongoing meetings with departments I think they do meetings every single month. The performance unit meets with the departments and agencies, and they look at where they are and discuss what they need, if there is a need, whatever that may be. So we've found in certain areas where they really didn't have, departments or agencies didn't have the correct staffing, for instance. So then we work with them to be able to include vacancies, et cetera, so that they can then perform and do what they need. So it's more of a collaborative way to focus on outcomes inclusive of performance. If you understand where we're trying to go.
Got it. All right. We're going to go to the next senator. Senator Bulgas, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again. Madam Chair, I wanted to send some appreciation to you and your staff concerning how this agenda was broken out today, being that the first block was the mid-year review, and then, of course, now tackling head-on the 25 budget. I think it gives us a good broad perspective on, a holistic approach on how we can look at strategies and trends concerning revenues, expenditures, shortfalls, etc. So I want to commend you for breaking out these two so that we could sort of get a very clear picture of what we're looking at here today. I wanted to start off with something that I believe is important, the funds of the government of the Virgin Islands. For us legislators, it's part of our process, and if we're not able to get a clear, concise picture of what fund balances are, it really affects or limits us in what we can do through the legislative process in order to appropriate funding for specific needs. I know that we've had challenges in the past concerning funds, one in particular, the Tourism Revolving Fund. I know that that fund was supposed to be audited, and I was wondering if it has been audited, and for a matter of fact, how many funds have been audited for the government of the Virgin Islands, because moving forward, I think it's going to be particularly important for my colleagues and I to understand, in fact, if those balances are actually accurate.
Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance. So, since I've been at Finance, I don't know of the funds being audited, but what we have done to improve the fund balance this year, going forward, it hasn't been implemented yet, we're working with Tyler Munis, we're going to treat revenue the same way we do expenses. As the expenses come in, they hit the GL, and they're in the system, and they can be reflected on the fund balances. The revenues, though, weren't being treated the same way. So they would come in, and until we post them, that is when they'll be reflected. Now, we're working with Tyler Munis to make sure that once the revenue comes in, even though it's pending, it's reflected, and once we pull the fund balance, we get an accurate balance. Beyond that, we're working, we've selected at least 10 funds every week to go through to make sure that, we started with funds that we budget on, to make sure that those fund balances, at least the amounts that are reflected for the last 3 years, are accurate and up to date.
And I hear you, Commissioner, and I know that I personally, as a legislator, have ran into a few stumbling blocks when it has come to fund balances, especially for some of the initiatives that I have been trying to achieve. And I may be putting my neck out here on the chopping block here, but I'm pretty sure that my colleagues share the same sentiments concerning the accuracy of those fund balances. I'm not sure what the strategy is, but I believe it's very important that that is cleared up as soon as possible so that we're able to get a clear picture on what we can and cannot do when it comes to fund balances.
Sorry, if I might add.
Yes, sir, please
What
proceed.
we've done is we've also started a discussion, I think, right now with 2 potential consultants to go through and verify some of those long-standing negative balances that we see, beginning balances that we see coming forward in those funds, positive or negative, to make sure that those amounts are indeed accurate. So, excuse me, those are efforts that are currently on the way as it relates to fund balances. I can almost guarantee that come next year we won't have this problem.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Commissioner. And let's move on to expenses. Fiscal year 25 budget shows a reduction of approximately 77 million compared to 2024. Can you share some more information on what specific areas or programs are going to experience these cuts? Can anyone provide that information?
30 seconds.
So, Senator, I'll start and then I'll have Ms. Emmanuel jump in. So, I just want to be clear that the difference is in the proposed number, not what was actually appropriated, okay? What we proposed then versus what we propose now, we've lowered our ask. Right?
Okay,
So
but I only assume, Director, that likely obviously something is, Madam Chair, if I may, please proceed.
Yes, Ms. Emmanuel will give you an overview. So, Shanisa, go ahead.
Shanice Emmanuel. This year, what we did, we ensured that every agency mandatory cost was budgeted along with the payroll. So payroll is a mandatory cost, and as well as the mandatory contracts. We did take a conservative approach this year to ensure that our revenues are matching our expenditures. So yes, mandatory cost is in there and included.
And to add to that, well, as we mentioned, I think in the earlier session, where we spoke of, right at the end, the multi-year contracts, for instance, that had been budgeted in totality in 1 year that should have been split, whether it's 3 years, 5 years, or whatever. So there were a number of agencies that had been putting the full amount on a 3-year contract in that 1 year. And we were able to work with agencies, doing a deep dive into all of the contracts to make sure that that didn't happen in this year. And it's only 1 year's worth of a multi-year contract that's included. So that's some of the decreases that occurred, as well as some other one-time items. So one in particular, I'll use the legislature as an example. The legislature had some one-time items in the budget, and in the 25 proposal, we did not include those one-time things because they've already been completed. And so things that we knew were not continuing, we took them out, and so that contributed to the lower number as well.
Okay, very well, and thank you for that clarity, but I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't a program or employee training and things of that nature. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. You know, when the director used the legislature as an example, she kind of threw me off. I had a question for her, but I remember what it is. I write it down. So Ms. Emmanuel said that this year, in your budget, you included mandatory costs. I need to understand what I mean, because each year, mandatory costs should be included in the budget. So what is it that is so different this year in the mandatory costs? I mean, I know in previous years, what we would have to do when we build the budget is make sure that we add in the utility expenses, although those funds are being transferred out to the single pay account. So I'm not certain what that means. So help me to understand. This year, we have included mandatory costs, because that is a cost associated with running the department or agency.
Correct, Senator. You'd be surprised at the number of things that happen during the budget process. But we've had instances, even as we went through this budget cycle, where we had departments that would leave off items that are mandatory. Rent, for instance, or other obligations, like say a hospital, you have to pay for a hospital outside of the territory. Would leave that off so that they could then have a large number of vacancies and other things in there. And so we put a focus on saying, no, we're going to limit you to maybe 5 vacancies, but you're going to include your off-island care or your rent, your other leases or whatever it is. Those have to be in. Don't send a budget and then say you want a supplemental for other costs that should be included in your budget. You must have your mandatory costs. So that's what Ms. Emmanuel is trying to say, in that we made them focus on including all of their mandatory costs, understanding that they were not going to get a supplemental. Include all your stuff, because that's just what you have. So that was the focus.
So basically what you're saying is you don't look at the need for additional personnel the same way you look at mandatory costs. But some personnel are in fact mandatory. It depends on the department or agency. So
correct.
How are you managing that?
So that's in those areas, you'll see as you go through the budget, there are some departments that have maybe 5 vacancies, and then there are others that have a larger amount. And those are departments where based on what we've worked through with them during the budget cycle, that they actually did have a need for that. In order for them to carry out their duties, they must have that. So we consider that a mandatory cost, like PD, et cetera, who needs those officers, corrections. Those things are mandatory, and so they were allowed to have those. So every department is different. Where we could accommodate, we did.
Okay. So I know you all continue to talk about the fact that the employment rate is down, right? Our employment rate is now about 3.4%, give or take. And when you compare it to 2022 were like 6.2%. But we're still not seeing, as the rates are going down, we're still not seeing how we are generating the additional income taxes, right? So I took an opportunity to look at it. And I realized that if we look back to 2000 and, what page it on? I remember what page it's on. Let's see, 2007, our employment population, our employed population was 45,923. And that was the unemployment rate was at 5.9%. It was higher. It's lower now, but our employment, the number of individuals is now 35,216. So there's a direct correlation between the drop in our population, and these are things that we have to say to our community so they can understand where we are challenged with our revenues. Because where we are, we brag about the fact that our employment rate is down, our unemployment rate is down, our population is also down. So we are not going to see the income taxes that we would love to see when we talk about the drop. So basically what I'm saying is, when we have those types of conversations, we have to give the people all of the information. Because I took some time to look at his chart, and I was like, yeah, it's down, but when you look at the numbers were higher then. More people were employed.
Right.
10,000 more people.
Yes.
So we can't brag about our employment rate being down when we've lost 10,000 people. These are our challenges, and that's the kind of thing that when we have the discussions, we need to say it out loud so our folks could truly understand what our numbers mean. You have something to say, Mr. Lee?
No, you pretty much hit you said
Yeah.
it best. So it is a lower working population.
Significantly. 10,000 people for a small place like this, we're going to see lower income taxes. So that's the type of thing where we see a nice, pretty book. Those are the things that we should actually be saying. This is what this means. So I just want to make sure that we all understand what these things mean to the Virgin Islands and how they impact the overall Virgin Islands. So I'm very interested in hearing how, as an executive branch, we are looking to rebuild our population. That's a conversation that we really, really need to have. How are we rebuilding our population? How we are encouraging people to come back to the Virgin Islands? And of course, we have the housing crisis. So there's a whole lot of things that are, included in why we're seeing our numbers lowered.
Correct.
Senator Bulkers, you recognize your point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator Fonseca. Oh.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair. And as you dialogued, I remember that in the testimony there was an indication of 559 vacancies throughout the GVI. Would we be able to get a breakdown as to which departments so we can understand where the specific needs are in a sense of departments that are struggling with employees?
Senator, that's the amount that's budgeted. It's actually in the book. Ms. Emanuel, do you recall what page that is on?
On the website is actually in the authorized personnel.
Do you have, oh, you don't have the book. She
So,
doesn't have-
so the question is, you usually would have full-time equivalents in this book.
Yes.
Do we have
it's
FTEs in
there.
this book?
Yes,
Because then
Senator.
we'll be able to see that.
That's
So we
the
just have to find
500
that page.
that's reflected. The 500 plus FTEs are reflected in the book.
Yeah.
That's what we included in the budget.
We need to find the page. I don't know if anybody could direct the senator to the page.
We will get that to you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Senator James is still on the line. Oh, Senator James is right there. Senator James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My question is to Director O'Neill regarding, of course, our budget, but specifically for some of the issues we have with the vendors. We tend to bail out people like Waste Management Agency, the Waste Management Authority. So for this fiscal year, my question to you, as far as the conversations you're having with your colleagues, what difference can we see this legislature when it comes to waste management? Because we tend to bail them out. I always have to give them these extra funding. I understand that sometimes they're underfunded. But what is the strategy to make sure for the next 2 years with the Brian Roach administration that we can see some resolution there dealing with our vendors?
Senator, that's a question that I don't know I have the answer to. Remember, waste management is run by a board, and waste management is, according to them, underfunded. They were tasked with preparing documents and coming to this body and or the PSC for revenue, the fees, to get approval for fees, et cetera, that they can start charging so that they can attempt to become solvent. They cannot depend on central government. We've made that clear. We try to help them as much as we can, but I think in terms of other operating expenses that they have and the ability to continue making payroll, which is higher than their employees are paid more than central government employees, they will have to come to this body and the PSC to get approval to increase or to charge specific fees or additional fees for the services that they provide. That's
All right.
one of the
And you're
things
not-
I know they've been instructed to do. I'm not really aware of where they are in that process.
I just want to say thank you for at least placing that on the record, and I can't hold you accountable for some reason your name always get called up, of course, because you deal with managing the budget. They tend to always, have somebody have to be the scapegoat. But I just want to make sure moving forward that, of course, we would do our due diligence, but it's sickening when individuals like us go into the community and vendors are asking for their payment, and then, they always blame the legislature. The legislature need to fund it, and I get it. We do need to fund it, but I'm happy to know that there are conversations being had for them to generate revenues. And along the line of questioning from the Madam Chair, I know she touched on the whole 10,000 conversation. My question to ODR when it comes to our housing stock, because it goes hand in hand with the budget. We are able to attract people to come home, but they need places to stay. So as far as getting a lot of those housing initiatives up and running, give us some timelines as far as, I know for sure Safarali is in motion and you have others, but give us some other timelines as far as other projects that will be completed. And when I say projects, not the actual housing community, but the development.
Okay, so Adrian Williams, Actolin. And Senator, there's several housing initiatives that are underway. We are working towards launching the Own a Lot, Build a Home program that's funded through DR.
1 minute.
CDBG DR in conjunction with the Housing Finance Authority, and the goal is to have that so people who have land, they're able to get subsidies to be able to construct their home. The Dunu project on St. Thomas, we've given the notification for them to restart on that project to do the remediation for that project so that could keep moving. The Housing Finance Authority has also issued a solicitation for the development of several of their properties as well. So we expect that to have a boost that will get more construction started for homes in the territory. And in addition to that, we're working on developing workforce housing.
30 seconds.
Any kind of employees that would need to come to help with the rebuild.
Thank you. We have so much on our plate here in the territory, and I pray for every single one of you in the executive branch. But as far as the top 5 revenue generators that was mentioned in the testimony, personal income tax, corporate income tax, real property tax, and gross receipts tax, and excise tax. My question would be, I guess, to OMB regarding the whole rum cover over conversation. I don't know if that was touched on earlier, and if so, I apologize, but I know there was a difference between what we expected as far as the rate and what is actually on the books. How is that conversation coming along as far as determining the rate for our rum cover over OMB?
I'll have Mr. Simmons answer that, Senator.
Oh, yes, Mr. Simmons. I didn't know he was there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority. The conversation continues with our Washington lobbying efforts with the Congress and the administration. The rate remains at the 1050, which is the statutory rate. We have been working very diligently with our congressional friends to find an appropriate vehicle by which we could attach the increase. There has been no opposition to increasing the rate. It's just that the Congress has been so divided and so partisan that we have not been able to get consensus on moving a bill forward that would increase the rate back to the 1325. But we're hopeful that that will happen very shortly, and we expect that it will be retroactive to the last expiration, which was December of 2021.
My time was called. I do not want to abuse my time, but thank you for placing that on the record. And I'm hoping, I'm praying that that is resolved so the legislature could at least scratch out one thing off of the two things to do list and move on to something else. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. And I'm going to follow up and ask, how much were we short in paying to the government employees retirement system as a result of our inability to get this room cover over increased?
For fiscal year 2024, we were short $34 million.
24?
In $34 million short in fiscal year 24.
And that's the first year of the shortage?
That's the first year that we short paid them. We were short the year before, but we were able to make it up from other funds.
How much were we short?
It was about 30 million.
So we were short 30 million. I saw that in the book and I was like, which other funds we paid up from? I can't remember.
Some of it came from the matching fund, other matching funds that were unappropriated. And some, as a matter of fact, this body reprogrammed some of the matching funds for us.
Yes, I remember. Now I recall. So there's 30 million.
Right.
So y'all understand, we understand that, while we are having this struggle with our ability to pay our vendors, if we were able to get, what's the difference? I know what it is, but I want the community to hear.
I'm sorry, the difference?
The difference between the 1050 and what we are.
The difference between the 1050 and the 1325 is 60 plus million dollars.
$60 million. And we don't know what 2025 is going to bring. How is it looking now? Are you getting any reports?
We do not anticipate that we're going to have a vehicle in time for this year's allocation, which is going to be September 30th. So that would be at the 1050 rate as well. So we will have a shortfall again for fiscal year 25. Probably a little higher than the $34 million.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we all understand that we had obligations, some obligations that were against the Internal Revenue Matching Fund, namely our free tuition. Director O'Neill, you know that last fiscal year we did not appropriate any dollars to our free tuition program. We are aware of that, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And that's because the program was new and the university did not expend the entire $3 million. I don't know how much of those funds they have expended to date. Do you have an idea of how much they've expended of the $3 million?
No, Senator, we will get that number from them, but it had been more than 1 year of funding that they'd received, at least three or so, or four.
It's about
3 million, I think. Yes, so 3 years at 3 million each. And the way the program was run before, not every student who graduated actually qualified based on their criteria. They changed that last summer for the school year that just ended. And so we will get an update from them relative to where they are, but we do project that they still have enough from the $9 million that they had received to carry forward without an additional appropriation in 25. But we'll confirm with UVI.
Is it your testimony that you issued $9 million? Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Simmons reminded me that we used some of those matching funds that were obligated for some of those purposes. We passed legislation to move some of the money to support the GRS. So I don't know that they've
It may have
received
been
9 million.
between 6 and 9, but we'll validate and follow up with UVI to make sure and where they are. And if we need to make an adjustment prior to the budget wrap-up, I will inform
Yeah,
this
so,
body.
because that's one of the things that we note specifically.
Absolutely.
The free tuition is not included in this year's budget. So these are the impacts of, and that's one thing, there's more, that we've had to utilize our general fund dollars to cover these types of expenses. And last fiscal year, we were unable to appropriate that $3 million because of our challenges. And so that's something that we really need to circle up and figure out how we are going to move forward, because it has, the lack of the RUM cover over dollars has a significant impact on our overall budget and the work that we do. It goes back to what we said, I was saying earlier about not collecting what's due to us. It's very similar. So that's why we're not able to pay our vendors, because in the past, Director O'Neill, and of course, we did forego some of that, so we have to be very upfront with that. When we did the bond, when we let the bond for GRS, there was a portion of the cover over dollars that we used to budget. We included it in our budget. So I think from year in year, there was probably like $35 million, give or take.
About 40.
See, more, right? So these are the things that we have to think about, and we have to say how we are being impacted and why this additional $60 million is so important to the people of the Virgin Islands and the work to our roads, to everything that we do. So we're seeing the impact of not receiving those cover over dollars. So I urge all that's responsible for this to, make this a priority. Make it a priority. We have friends on the national level, and we need to figure out how to keep our friends so we could get what we need. Because remember, the Virgin Islands is a little dot, so we got to figure this out. It's a serious matter. It's a big impact to our budget. Okay? Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to go to page 5 of the testimony for the 25 fiscal year. So you're saying here the Office of Disaster Recovery anticipates $474 million of the obligated $8.2 will be spent on disaster recovery projects. So I think this question would be for Ms. Adrian Actilin, right? In the next paragraph, you said some of the spending projects are to Richard Central High and Charlotte Amalia High School. So you expect Charlotte Amalia High School to come online next year? Is that how I'm reading this?
Yes, Senator. Adrian Williams Actalin. Yes, Senator. We expect that the demolition will start in this fiscal year. We have about 45 days of archaeological work that needs to be done to provide the approval, for FEMA to provide their approval to proceed with the actual demolition. The contractor is already, it's under contract, as well as we're finalizing the contract for the rebuild. We expect to do that in this month of June so we can execute that contract. So all of the design, the rest of the designing can commence. So we will be having expenditures for the rebuild as well as the demolition, working a parallel track.
Okay, so let me break this down a little slowly. So Charlotte Amalia is going to start construction in this fiscal year. What date you looking at?
So Charlotte Amalia is a design build contract. So they have bridging documents, so we will begin the finalization of the design so that they can move from design to construction. That will start this fiscal year. We'll also have the demolition happening at the same time.
Okay.
With a different contract. contractor.
Because, you know, I didn't hear anything about the kids, the students, how it's going to affect them. They're going to be in, where they going to be when this demolition and thing going on, Papa? The kids, the students, them going to be in high school when you're demolishing them building?
That is not the intent. The intent is to be able to curtain off sections of the campus and protect against that. They're hoping to get a lot of the demolition to get started over the summer. That is the plan. We're running up against, again, this federal requirement, environmental requirement for the archaeological work that is throwing that schedule off. But the overall plan was for the bulk of that to be done in the summer.
Okay, the summer, we in the summer. No, I ain't hear the education commissioner was here just the other day. I ain't hear her say nothing, but they're going to be part of high school and demolition building coming down and thing. But okay, I'll take your word for it. Let's go to Enid Bar Library. You're saying also that Enid Bar Library is also scheduled for to be awarded in this fiscal year, in 2025?
That contract is already awarded. There's some archives that's prohibiting the contractor from getting started, but we expect that the last item will be out of that facility, and by the 18th of this month, the contract should be able to proceed.
Okay, well, you know, I missed something on that because, again, the Commissioner of Planning and Development was here before us just a couple days ago, and he was saying that they didn't have enough money to do the Enid Bar. But okay, let me take all your word for it. Enid Bar Library going to be starting in fiscal 25 and Charlotte Amalie High School. So now I want to go to your breakdown of the numbers. $474 million of disaster ODR money is going to be spent in fiscal 2025. That's what you're telling
30
me?
seconds.
That's correct. That's the expenditures. That's a conservative projections.
Okay. 474 million. See money day, Papa. Anyway, but you come up with a 23.7. So I did a little calculation. That's 5%. So you're projecting that if we spend $474 million, oh, Madam Chair, can I finish yeah. So if you're spending $474 million, you're projecting only 5% spins around, turns around in the economy? Because the 23.7 million is only 5% of the 470 more. Whose calculation is? I don't think it's yours. It got to be IRB or OMB. Who comes? How did you come up with that $23.7 million?
That is the GRT that is taken from the payment. So before the gross receipt taxes are taken out of the payment before and the remaining amount is given to the contractor.
Yeah,
so
but see, that's what I'm saying. How about the income tax and all of those other taxes? How come you only have 5%?
Good day, this is Joe Lee. I could jump in because that's the guaranteed payment that the government takes out of that payment. Now, what happens after it gets paid is a guess. You know, we don't know. We would like to think some of that money stays and gets spent locally, but you know that's less of a guarantee. She's using the money that's conservative that we're going to get in our hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Yeah.
And Madam Chair, if I may,
you can
just add. So, in addition to what Director Lee has stated, we are working on a model to be able to project all of the impact of this actual spending. Director Lee is correct. We only do what's the guaranteed amount, but we're also working to develop the system to be able to track the other impacts to the economy from spend and shopping and everything else that comes from those revenues.
That's a hard one. I tell you, we can't swallow that. That is not a good explanation. Okay? Director O'Neill? The gross receipt taxes cannot be the only thing that we account for. And we've had projects. How much money have we spent on projects, let's say in 2023? How much money we anticipate spending in 24? I'm going to tell you why I asked the question, because each year, as Director O'Neill is aware, when we work on the budget, we set aside, outside of the top, where we list the income taxes, etc., we set aside a section that says anticipated revenues from projects, individual income, and gross receipts. We are not meeting it. And we're not meeting it based on that response. So if you are a vendor, a contractor is the word, and you are paying me, the government, 5% of what you receive, then we need to put these people in I guess there's a system that's being developed, but how long are we going to take to develop this? We have to know how much people these people have hired. We have to be on task with ensuring that we are collecting our revenues. We're not, just based on that response. Because we can't say that the sure revenue is only our gross receipts. That can't be the only sure revenue. These people are hiring individuals, no?
Yeah, that's the model that she indicated she's working on.
Yeah, but when are we going to finish that? At what point are we going to get to that? This is another fiscal year. And this is listen, the director of OMB, we worked very closely with her to build the FY24 budget. And we projected $48 million inclusive of individual income and gross receipts. So are you telling us don't do none of that? Don't do none of that? That's why we're having this this crisis. Who's tracking to see whether or not these individuals, these businesses who are now doing work for us, these contractors are in fact, their employees are in fact now paying their fair share of individual income tax?
Well, the individual income tax is coming out of their withholdings. So we're getting that. And that's being factored in.
But you just say that is not a sure bet.
So, Senator, I'll say it is because IRB at this moment does not know. They don't know who's on, what employees these contractors have. We can do a base estimate on, say, maybe they have 20 people employed and we estimate 15%, et cetera, et cetera. We could do things like that to get to a number. But as of this moment, we do not have that information from IRB. So in this fiscal year 2025 budget, I did not include a separate category for revenues expected from projects. It is all inclusive in the numbers that we provided. It's not separated out because even in current year and prior years, IRB was not able to separate out based on collections for me to know what actually came in. So it made it difficult to keep tracking it in that way.
Well, I could see, I don't know that IRB needs to be the entity tracking that. But one thing I know that there must be collaboration between the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Department of Finance, and the Office of ODR. No? And there must be that correlation because these contractors are getting paid by your system, correct, Commissioner McCurdy? Yes?
The gross receipts we take out, so we see the gross receipts.
Answer the question.
Correct.
They're being paid by Department of Finance.
That's correct.
Right, so you should have a listing of all those types of contractors. I'm trying to marry the work so we can make sure that we are getting our fair share.
So, Senator, actually, some of the contractors are not paid from finance. They are paid from the PFA.
Okay, same government, one government.
And so,
where's ODR?
PFA.
Okay.
So again, we know for sure gross receipts, the individual income and corporate income is a little bit more tricky to get to without us having. Now, ODR may have that information, but again, we get from Director Lee, we can't give taxpayer information, et cetera, so yeah, that's kind of where we are.
We need to figure this out, because what's going to happen is these projects are going to be done, and the Virgin Islands is not going to be better for it. We're going to be having the same conversation about the fact that we are unable to generate our revenues. We have to put our collective heads together to figure out how are we going to break the ceiling on this? Because at the end of the day, our people are the ones that's suffering. I mean, I see where you have projections for FY24, and then I'll go to the next senator. You have in FY23, 24, you're looking at 458. And I don't remember what number we had. Let me see. So we have 495. You dropped it down 4 million or something like that, right? Well, no, 40 million, sorry. And but you're increasing it in FY25 to 502,387.
Right, because now the projects are beginning to move. They remember, this has been part of the issue that we've had over the last couple of years, where we project for projects and the projects don't actually move as we thought they would.
You told us that last time.
Yeah, now we're actually seeing in this current fiscal year, we're seeing now in the latter part of the fiscal year, these projects are beginning to move. And so now we are more comfortable projecting additional revenues in 25.
I just think that, I mean, this conversation about, this is not a new conversation, by the way. I could recall back in 2012, long before I became a senator, there was a time when the legislature was asked to give at the time, I think Ms. Anderson, Claudette Anderson was the IRB director, and I recall watching this on television where she came before the Senate and asked for additional resources for folks on the ground to ensure that we are able to collect our gross receipts, our taxes overall. Some positions were given. I don't know what's the status of that now, but we have to, we talk about outcome-based budgeting, so we have to focus on those entities, those agencies that's going to help us to generate these revenues. And we've talked about it for many years. I talked almost 20 years ago. And we're still not seeing the fruits of, I don't want to use the word labor, but we're not still seeing the fruits of the discussion. So what's your challenge, Director?
Good day. You're absolutely right. And, ironically, when our budget hearing comes up at the end of this month, I will be proposing additional resources to do exactly what you're asking for.
How you go part of the financial team? Are you going to be proposing?
But the thing is, the reality is we are not the only squeaky wheel. And I respect everyone's agency and their needs, because I don't want to diminish anyone else's needs. So it's just finding that balancing act so that, we all come out ahead. And I recognize the fact that we are the revenue generator, and, it's easy for me to argue, well, that's what we're talking about, but it's not that black and white.
It's not. I agree. That's why we have to put our collective heads together to figure this out. And now we're talking about outcome-based budgeting, then the argument that you're making
then
is
I
a
would
valid
win
argument.
because my outcome I bring in the most. So I mean, to be
Anyway,
fair,
you ain't bringing the most. The money that come naturally, you gotta get on the street. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the next senator. I think I see Mr. President, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. has joined us on St. Croix. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mic check 1, 2. Thank you very much, Chair. We have 2 of our elders here in the conference room today, so I got to be on my best behavior. Welcome to the conference room. Just continuing in that whole conversation, I think that it's critical, and I believe that we have an opportunity here because we do have project directors. We have funding that's paid through the Office of Disaster Recovery. We should be tracking, and we should require some type of employee data, adequate data collection from these individuals so that we could be able to track this type of information. Again, we have individuals that come here, they're able to make their money and leave here, and we're not better off as a result of that. So I think here is an opportunity for us to be able to start to develop that network in-house among us, where we're able to really track this type of information and ensure that these people pay the adequate and fair share to the government of the Virgin Islands. We ain't trying to gouge them. We're simply asking them to pay their fair share. And we do have the opportunity here to make that happen. So, whatever the resources may be, let's have that discussion so that we can move the needle on this particular issue. My observation in this budget presentation, I see that we have moved from the performance-based budgeting to an outcome-based budgeting, and I don't see a whole lot of KPIs, but I wanted to ask the director, how do we see this as really being beneficial? Because I think it may just be semantics with a little bit of changes here and there, but how do we see this giving us some net result by shifting from performance-based budgeting to outcome-based budgeting? Just real quickly.
Senator, we feel that by focusing broadly on departments' roles, what they should be doing, and ensuring that those things are carried out, switching to outcome, it's still inclusive of the performance. Performance is still very much a part of it. It's just reported a little differently. But they still will be held to the same standards where you still have the KPIs. It's just that it's not on a activity center basis, and it's more tied broadly to functional areas.
So what would be the accountability basis here? We have to wait until the end of it to make a determination if in fact there's an accomplishment. How are we able to gauge the progress of this outcome-based budgeting?
So the teams are working with, the team is working with the departments and agencies, and they're meeting monthly, they're reviewing where they are. One of the key things that we're looking at for a number of agencies is their responses to, say, audit findings and other areas to see how they are improving against those. So we have measures that we can track based on using audit findings as an example. You will start to see when we no longer have those findings that their performance or the outcome of what they're doing is actually better than it was when they started. And so we did a look at other jurisdictions as to what they are doing in other areas, and they tried to model off of those so that we just weren't reinventing the wheel.
Okay, at the appropriate time, I'd like to have I guess an offline discussion with you so I could glean exactly how we see this being beneficial, as I have already continued to advocate and champion the performance-based budgeting.
1 minute.
Have there been any contemplation with this budget preparation in regards to the inflation that we're seeing? Is the government agencies, I saw that the numbers are reduced in terms of the overall budget. Well, how are we addressing the inflation issues?
Senator, we have, by taking a look, I should say a deep dive with agencies and making sure that they budgeted or included those mandatory costs. Some of the mandatory costs that they had actually increased. And other areas where, like we mentioned earlier, where they were budgeting, inflating the budgets by having multiple years of needs rolled into 1 year. By removing that, we were able to make adjustments to account for inflation and the higher costs of some contracts and services that they would need. while still also reducing the overall amount. So we were able to work it through just by working with the departments and agencies. Some already have proposed changes from their contractors or their unprofessional services. They have that. They already know what the new numbers would be. So those things have been accounted for within the budget based on what we have.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Chair, I heard my time call. I just have a couple more. I know we're getting late, but I just have a couple more questions real quick.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I saw that there's also, in the budget, there's a funding request for sports park and recreation to support the Clinton Phipps racetrack. Can you expand on what that amount is and what's happening in that space?
Senator, I believe it's about maybe 400,000, I believe. It may be a little less than that. I honestly don't remember the full amount, but I can get you the figure. The issue with that is that that facility, of course, has been out of commission for quite a long time, and it had never been included in Sports Parks' budget. And of course, now they have to have personnel to go and maintain the track, and a number of, they have utility bills, et cetera, that will be associated with the track. And until there is a promoter or whatever was advertised to actually take over the management of the track, it becomes the responsibility of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. And in order for them to not fall into an issue where they're owing WAPA or any other entity, we needed to ensure that there is some funding. Not that they would use all of it because it depends on when a promoter is brought on. But we do need to account for some level of funding.
Okay, and in respect to WAPA, we are out of the woods with WAPA in terms of delinquent payment as a government at the Virgin Islands, semi-autonomous, or central government at this point? Is there any additional cost ask that WAPA is making for any additional funding? And have we received a zero balance on the hospitals as well as waste management?
Senator, out of the woods, the answer to out of the woods is no. WAPA is not out of the woods. Have all the bills been paid for central government and both hospitals and waste management? Yes, we are at zero. The only thing that's outstanding.
Not if WAPA is out of the woods. I know WAPA is not out of the woods. If the government of the Virgin Islands is out of the woods and central government in terms of pending or delinquent payments to WAPA.
Yes, we the central government and those three entities, the two hospitals and waste management, yes, out of the woods. No outstanding invoices. The only bills that are there would be your current May or June bill, whichever is being issued now. But outside of that, there are no other outstanding invoices or payments due to WAPA by the government.
And in regards to street lighting to WAPA, have we reconciled who at this point is responsible for paying for street lighting? I know that there have been some discussion whether or not it's WAPA at one point and Public Works. Have we been able to remedy that and make a determination exactly who's responsible for street lighting situation?
To my understanding, street lighting is not an authorized payment. There is 4% of property tax collections per the law that is to be set aside for each island, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island. What is collected is to go for, and I say street lighting, but it's really the maintenance of the street lights. So it's the bulbs, the poles, and whatever else may be needed, inclusive of whether or not there are any actual bills. That total is roughly around, our estimate is about $2.6 million a year And so those monies are paid to WAPA annually. Actually, more than that is paid to WAPA annually, or has been paid to WAPA annually. But that is where we are with that. Relative to the difference between Public Works and WAPA, that's just relating to actual street lights, and whether or not it's a federal road or a local road. I think that's my understanding. So certain federal roads, Public Works will pay using their federal highway funds, and others, it's local, that would be on WAPA, if I got it right.
Okay. All right, and of course, I've seen where WAPA is billing us for street lighting at the tune of about $600,000 a month, which would equate to about $7.2 million on an annual basis. So, you know, again, that 2.6 falls short of what is expected in terms of payment there. But I wanted to ask you in wrapping up, because I don't want to abuse my time too much, what about this budget that gave you reason for pause? What about it that concerns you and keep you up at night?
There are so many things, Senator Francis, that we would like to do, I would like to do, areas of change, things that we want to pay for, things that we can do to improve within the territory. One of those things is I would really love to have a facility in the territory to deal with seniors, those that need care, and not have to pay the exorbitant sums that we paid for off-island care. I think if we're able to have that locally and reduce the monies that we're sending outside of the territory, that would truly help us. But in the absence of that, we have to do what we have to do, right? And so we have a number of persons who need care that is really not available in the territory. So improving our care of elderly and others who need it for whatever issues they may have, this is not just the elderly, that is there to me. It's something that I would really love to see us move towards. So when I look at the budget and I see so many areas of what I call fluff, in we need hundreds of positions, or, you know, we're spending all this money in rent, etc. It is frustrating for me to see those types of things, because I feel like we can maybe start using technology more, and where we can cut down on always looking for persons. The workforce just isn't even there. So padding the budget with vacancies instead of taking the funding to put to areas where we can actually make a difference is frustrating for me, and that's I'm speaking for myself. Senator Francis dropped off, I think.
Thank you, Mr. President. You can get Jennifer in trouble. I'm going back to the real property, because I pulled out the page out of the budget book 53, and it says that your real property preliminary actuals for 23 were 48 million, and your FY24 year-to-date projections are 61 million. I know the Commissioner McCurdy says that they move the money into different areas, right? So those monies are moved into the transfer out?
No, Kevin McCurdy, monies are coded, it's still in the general fund, but there's a property tax proper, that's at 12.6, and the rest of it goes to penalties.
Sewer.
And fees, and there's also, there's also an amount that goes to sewer, and then there's an amount for the 2005 prior that goes to the sewer fund as well. So sewer and water fund.
Yeah, but the issue with this is, so this, the reason why I brought it back up again, right? If you're projecting 61 million, then the sewer isn't here, Director O'Neill. So are we budgeting that? How are we treating that? We're doing a specific budget, but it still should be saying that it's coming. Help me.
So the sewer, the sewer wastewater fund is a separate fund, and I think my understanding of the revenues as they come in is it's separated. It's not within the general fund money, and so that's why we submit a separate bill for that to go to waste management.
But that's my argument. So that is actually my argument. So when you actually look at the preliminary actuals, when they are done chewing it up, they come back to 48 million. But when you record it as a hard collection of 61 million. We need to look at this.
So
you understand what I'm saying?
Well, they're projecting 61. So I'm saying Mr. Laird said they collected 53 in total. Their cashiers.
No, I'm not talking about the projection.
No, the actual collection.
Yes.
The actual collection was 53 million.
But in
54 million in 2023.
But this document says 48 million, right? And that's because, so stay with me, 48 million is the actual collections, but portions of those collections go into different buckets, the sewer tax, the sewer fund.
Portion of the 53.
Right.
54, sorry.
So, right. So why is it still reflecting portions of the 54? So then when you put it in those buckets, it ends up to be 48.
No.
Then this is a problem.
When you do the different buckets, it should come back to the 54.
Correct.
What is reflected on finance's sheet
No,
is
I'm talking about this, the revenue detail. I'm at the revenue detail
right,
now.
which ties to finance's report. So that's just property tax line. That's not inclusive of fees or anything else. Fees is a separate line item.
Correct. So direct me to the fees. So the fees and permits is 8 million.
Right, and it's rolled into that.
So it rolled into this number.
Correct.
So in fiscal year 23, the fees and permits were 8.2. Because if you say that, this is where the confusion coming in. Okay? If you say that, then if in fiscal year 23, the real properties is reflected as 48, right?
Right.
You have fees here of 8 million. If you say that, I could agree with that. But then when you go over to 24, you have 61 million, and then you still have fees and permits of 8,603,000. So it seems like it's being inflated. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So now you're looking more at well, some of it have permits in it, but I mean we don't know what the number is, but this would be more along the lines of $69 million. You see? So this, we gotta look at this line, this real property line, a little closer, because what is it that? Well, Mr. Laird is projecting that he's collecting 61 million in hard property taxes, but there's other things associated with how he have to break out our money, correct? So then those buckets need to be identified clearly. When you are identifying them is when the year is done. But when we work on our budget, we actually using his hard number. You see, so it's inflated.
Correct, Senator. I will provide you with the, and I thought I had, but I will send that to you with the revised, even on the revised for 24, so that you have that figure, because we did reduce the amount for 24 from that 61 to about 50, and then we have fees separate.
Right.
So we
Same
have
thing with
that
25.
reflected in 24, and I will send you the revised sheet to reflect that.
So that's the same thing with 25?
Correct.
Same thing?
Yes. So you will have that revised sheet.
I don't know if Senator Gittens is still here. Senator Potter, Senator James.
Yes.
I think he went already, right?
Yes.
Senator Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. I definitely see that we are burning some good lamp oil here this evening, because it's now 6:28 p.m. We had a delayed start, but I want to focus and have the conversation regarding the debt, because of course we have revenues and we have a long-standing debt that we have. So Director O'Neill, I took a look in the budget book, lost my page, and I saw that we've had some debt in place and that we've been looking at for a number of years. And I wanted to get from you, well, first of all, let me just go back. I saw that that we had, and I'm looking at page 5, I have page 5 numbered, that the authority, and this is in the second, well, it'll be the second to last paragraph that says GVI debt. And it says the authority had an average of $141.3 million under management in 2023, generating approximately $6.4 million in investment earnings. Could you go into a bit on that regarding that money that we had under management and how we were able to generate about $6.4 million?
Mr. Simmons will respond.
Thank you. Kindly recognize Mr. Simmons' mic, media.
Good evening, Senator.
It's still not recognized. Media, that would be the seat for Senator Fred Gregory. It's on.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The PFA have under investment management approximately, currently about $139.5 million in bond proceeds that are held by the trustee and invested in various investment instruments. Those investments earned the $6 million in fiscal year 2023 that you referred to.
Okay, and what are those funds used for? The
majority of the funds,
yeah.
the majority of the funds are the debt service reserves on the outstanding bonds. Then there's also the debt service fund, which is the fund that is used to actually make the debt payment on the bonds. There's the project fund, which are funds that have been appropriated for various projects that have not yet been drawn down and expended.
Okay, how much money do you have in project funds that have not been drawn down or expended? Madam Chair, can you hold my time?
Project fund is $34.7 million.
34.7 million. That looks almost like the 34 million in shortfall from GRS. But I mean, it's two different things. Can that shortfall, well, that you haven't drawn down, can it be used for other projects? How are you looking to use it?
No, those are bond proceeds that were specifically designated for specific projects.
Okay.
No,
And have those projects,
the projects are still ongoing for one reason or the other.
have they started?
Yeah, well, we have to go to the project listing to see what has started and what hasn't
Okay.
started.
All right, so if you could provide that listing, because if the projects have been sitting there and they haven't been used, then we need to look at what we can use those projects for, funding
1 minute.
for. I also wanted to get an explanation, and I'm going again with the GVI debt. In this last paragraph, it was stated that there was approximately $76.2 million in unexpended bonds and loan proceeds. Can you clarify that for me so I could understand clearly what this is? You said unexpected, $76.2 million in unexpected bonds and loan proceeds. What did that come from?
30 seconds.
Unexpended bond and loan proceeds are the outstanding bonds. We have the gross receipts tax bonds that are still outstanding. That's outstanding $491 million.
491 million.
Tax increment financing is $4.9 million. And then you have the federal highway grant anticipation notes of $58.5 million.
Time.
Madam Chair? Yeah. Continue, Mr.
You have the
Simmons.
tobacco settlement. Tobacco fund is $20.9 million. And the matching funds from the Matching Fund Corporation is $953 million.
953. Okay. All right. So those haven't been expended yet so far.
No, those are the outstanding amount of the bonds. Those are the bonds that were issued.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I got the clarification. Now, I also wanted to shift and look with you, Director O'Neill, on the same page, but further up in the last paragraph there, where it talks about the amount that have been repaid for the line of credit. So I noted that you have about 4 million that have been repaid. How often are your payments due with the line of credit?
There is no due date. On a line of credit, you draw and you repay. If there's a due date, it's that it has to be done by 2026, if I remember correctly. So that would be the end.
Okay. And with your line of credit, I noted that you stated that, so I just did a quick math. You have drawn down about $70.8 million, and you've been paid back about 15.4. And in paying back that, it leaves back about 55.4 million with the line of credit. And in that amount is the 45 million.
Correct.
Right. And so you have about 10 million. What was that 10 million for? Used for?
Director Williams-Octolin, do you want to speak to that additional 10?
Media, kindly recognize Director Williams-Octolin's mic in the conference room in St. Croix. Go, Director Octolin, I'm not hearing you. Media, St. Croix conference room, Director Octolin.
We are unable to hear Director Octolin, so we're going to ask our
Maybe she
media-
needs to switch to another mic.
One second, Senator. Un momento. Try it again.
Try again, Director.
You know that you're...
Senator, can you hear me now?
Okay. You may proceed, Director Octolin.
Senator, I just wanted you to be able to confirm the question. 10 million, you said $10 million that was left over. I'm not sure.
Okay, so
if I understand.
Okay, I can explain it once again. So you have the 17, and I'm reading page 5, 70.8 million that has been drawn down from the line of credit. 15.4 million have been repaid, and then I did just a math and I subtracted the 45 million that we had approved for the down payment for the VTOL, and it was left with about $10 million. Okay, and so I asked the question of Director O'Neill, and she referred to you for the 10 million that is included in the 55, and that the 10 million plus the 45 for the down payment for the VTOL is the question, the 10 million.
So we've used the line of credit for several projects that have been reimbursed. I think what we have outstanding for reimbursement are some architectural payments, payments to several contractors. I'm not sure I'm answering you correctly because I'm not sure that where you're seeing the 10 million.
Because I did.
But I have a breakout.
I did
of
some
15 point.
Yeah, from the 15, you subtract the 15, right, as in paid, and then it leaves a balance of 55 from the 70. Yes. Okay? And remember the 45, that's already gone. We're not looking for the repayment of that until the closing with the HUD deal. But then it has that 10 million difference. That's what I'm talking about.
So those line items were used for the payments for like Moscow Lights and Office Sports Park and Recreation. There was also some payments that were done that have recently been reimbursed for the Department of Education, as well as other payments to architects and engineers for work done on the schools. And then also some work that was done for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, their historic preservation project, to be able to pay those applicants out and then be reimbursed by the federal government.
Okay. So my time has been called, Director, and if you could supply through the chair this information, that would be very helpful. Madam Chair, I thank you so much for the leniency. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. There's a point of information from Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have a PhD, but I trying to add up some numbers here. So, continuing the line of questioning from Senator Joseph, on page 6, the second paragraph here, you're saying 81% of that letter of credit is attributed to the acquisition of propane assets. So the letter of credit was $150 million, right? Is that how much it was?
No, Senator, it was 100 million.
100, okay. So 100 million, 81% would be 81 million.
No. It's 81% of the outstanding amount, not of the 100 million.
Okay. So, okay, good. Because see, it says, it didn't say of the outstanding amount. So, good.
Well, no, it says of the remaining amount to be repaid.
Yes.
81% is attributed to the acquisition of propane assets.
Okay.
So
then
it's the remaining amount. The remaining amount is 55 million. 81% of that is about 45 million.
And if you had just put that number in, it would really help us because, you know, full disclosure will assist us because remember, you're the one have all the numbers and it takes a lot of, you know, effort for us to disseminate exactly what it means. But thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Senator Fonseca, you know, we're great. The numbers are there. It's 70 million drawn, 15 million repaid. The difference is 55. We got you.
Madam Chair.
Okay, so there's just a misunderstanding. I think it's just the sentence structure. Director O'Neill is in fact correct. It is the amount that's left. So she was leaving it up to us to subtract the 15 million from the amount that has been drawn thus far. So we get it, okay? So it is correct. Mr. Simmons, you have something you would like to say?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to clarify my response earlier to Senator Joseph because I failed to recognize that the 76 million she was asking me about was the capital projects, not bonds outstanding. But the $76 million in capital projects is made up of that 34 million that we were talking about before in bond proceeds that are existing, plus other funding for other capital projects, and the list, we can provide a list of the outstanding capital projects totaling the $76 million.
You know, we've had this discussion around some of these capital projects go as far back as how many years?
Some of them are funded from the 2009 bonds.
Yeah, and we've experienced hurricanes, natural disasters, etc. So I think the question more is around, have we really looked at whether or not these funds are still needed in the same manner? Because I know a few months ago, there was a discussion with the Commissioner of Education, because a few years ago, I think in 2020, we did a reauthorization of some of those funds. Since then, we're not certain what has been expended, from that reauthorization and whether or not the needs are in fact the same. So is there a discussion at the Public Finance Authority with regards to these respective departments and agencies as to whether or not the funds are still needed in the manner that they were let in the bond, and, you know, what are some things that we could reauthorize the funds for? Because I think $76 million is a lot of money, and, you know, year in, year out, we keep hearing the same thing.
Yes, Senator. We have those discussions continuously, and very recently, less than a month ago, we've had such discussions, and I believe there has been some reprogramming that has been submitted to the Senate for some of these funds to be reprogrammed to other sources. So that is a continuing discussion, but we need to also be reminded that this $76 million is not all from those projects. For instance, that includes the $17 million for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor. So that is our very recent allocation that is in there. So, you know, as we make appropriations from bond proceeds, we add it to the list, but most of it now consists of very recent, and road projects make up the most of it, and some of those projects are continuing.
Okay, but I don't think the 17 million is a good example. Because the 17 million was associated with excess.
Well, it is bond proceeds. It is.
Yes, but
earnings.
It's not tied to a project that you did not reappropriate those funds for a project, from a project to a new project.
No.
Right.
I'm saying we've added to that list.
Number.
Yes, to the list.
You added to the list. That's 17 million.
Right.
Again, I have to agree with my colleague that we have to get to a place where we have to really look at, and you said that there's this continuing conversation. I know that you're not necessarily in control of the departments and agencies, but there must be some hard decision. You did say some as far back as 2009. about, what will happen, or how do we reappropriate those funds if it's necessary, or, put on the full court press with getting these projects moving. It's one or the other, but something has to give. I think that's what our primary concern is around that. I want to talk about the St. John Capital Improvement Fund. I noticed that in fiscal year 2025, we are once again budgeting the St. John Capital Improvement Fund to haul trash from St. John to St. Thomas. We've made ourselves clear, we're not doing that. We are not doing that. St. John has a right to have a capital improvement fund to fix their roads, etc. It's not fair to budget their $1.5 million for the purpose of hauling trash. So that's one of the things that we're going to have to remove from there. I am very adamant about that. I see that, so that's something that we have to figure out, how do we come up with a difference on that.
Okay.
Okay? Senator DeGraff. Before I go to Senator DeGraff, why are we seeing a reduction in our earned income credit, tax credit that we're getting from the federal government?
Well, we're not seeing a reduction. I mean,
From 10 million, it was 17 this year, we're projecting for 24, 10 million, and then 25, you're projecting 7.
well, that's a function of a tax return. So it's not, the tax returns vary. We get every single dollar that's due to us for refund reimbursement and for balance due, meaning, let's say someone actually owes $10 and the reimbursement gives them owing only us $5. We will still get that $5 back, even though that's not necessarily a refund. So, that's a function of whatever the tax return says.
I understand, but I'm just asking, why are we showing a reflection of a reduction in that transfer in? Why are we not levelizing it? Are we seeing less earned income credit?
Yeah, I mean, that's a function of the returns that we're paying out.
I understand.
Yes, yes.
I understand the function. I'm
Yes.
talking about the action.
Yes.
What is it that's actually occurring? Are we seeing a reduction in the amount of the returns that require an earned income credit?
Yes.
That's what it is. That's
Yes.
the answer.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers. Yeah, I'm trying to follow from the end of the 24 budget into the 25 budget. FY24 revenue collection approximated 907 million, and is a 91 million shortfall. We're going into the 25 budget. We're looking at 896,708,003, which is 77 million less than 974 projected. How we get to 974 in a projection from 24 to 25?
Senator, I'm going to attempt to answer based on my understanding.
Good.
974 is what was projected for the 24 budget. That has nothing to do with any projected, the 91, basically, there were $1 million they were projecting may be a shortfall in fiscal year 24. I think you have to separate the two issues.
Right.
24 has nothing to do with 25.
Agreed.
So if you're going to focus on 25, let's focus on 25. And the amounts we're looking at is 896 million in general fund, 896.8 against 897 million in projected revenues. That's where we are.
Okay, and when you mention about removing fluff, I agreed you on that, and a senior facility, I agreed you on that. Now it says, in contrast to the fiscal year 24 general fund proposed appropriation total of 974, the proposed 25 budget has been reduced approximately 77 million. A decrease mostly attributed to elimination of several one-time obligations, as well as a reduction in wage adjustment line item to only cover pending negotiated contracts scheduled to take effect on October 1, 2024. I want to address that. Chief Springett, how many pending negotiated contracts we have scheduled to take effect by October 1, 24?
Testing.
Yeah.
John Springer, Chief Negotiator. Currently, I have 4 that are expected to take effect.
What are they? Or which departments or whatever?
And this is me with being optimistic. Employees at Waste Management, Fire and Emergency Medical Services. That's 2 of them. And Department of Justice.
Okay, so Waste Management, Fire Emergency, DOJ, 3.
There's 2 from Fire.
2 from Fire?
Correct.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so as well as deduction in wage adjustment line item. I'm trying to figure out what actually does a reduction in wage.
1 minute.
Reduction in wage adjustment line item mean actually, OMB Director?
It means, Senator, that what we had budgeted in the prior year for wage adjustments, the amount is lower for fiscal year 25. So for instance, fiscal year 24, I think the overall budget is 8 million. And I think in fiscal year 25 is about 4 million.
Okay, so, and as Chief Springett said, that's if you're able to get to those within the next couple of months, between now and fiscal year October 1.
Correct. I want to also add in agriculture. I'm sorry.
Okay, and agriculture. So do all of them have dates for negotiation within the next 3 months? Or they will be 4?
Time.
They started already. We have to provide some additional dates.
Okay. And finally, but if I may, Madam Chair, is Director Simmons. I think when VINGN came here, they mentioned something about a loan that they had on their books, but they weren't paying it or something. Is that reflected to be paid in the budget, or is that something that PFA is addressing, if I'm saying correctly, or you could correct me?
It is not reflected in the budget. VINGN and Public Finance Authority are having discussions regarding how we're going to restructure their repayment of that loan.
Oh, so you strictly handle that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Okay. So let's go back, because I have here in my notes the question around VINGN, and I also want to go back to the conversation that the previous speaker had. So I think that I heard earlier that Director O'Neill shared that the union negotiations that take place by the end of fiscal year 2024 will be paid in 2025, and that amount that was sent down to the legislature is some $4-point-something million. So the question that I have is, how are we addressing the 8? I don't remember the exact number. I have it written down someplace here. $8-point-something million, 8.6, 8.5, that was set aside in FY 2024.
Senator, We've done, I think, about 1.8, I believe I said earlier.
You did.
Of that 8 that was budgeted. There are some, and we will get that list, and I'm not sure Attorney Springer has it, the list of those who have not yet submitted. We may actually have too much budgeted in that line item for this year. We will confirm that may be one of the areas that will be reduced to save us some for 24. So it may not be 6 that's actually needed for 24 moving forward. And those departments, all the departments that have already processed for that 1.8, those were already accommodated in the fiscal year 25 budget. So
say that again? So they were accommodated in the department's line item?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
go ahead.
Yes. So it only if there are others to be processed, we'll make adjustments for those by the time we get to the wrap up. But for right now, I think we've accommodated all of the known increases. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Based on your response, it says to me that once you are done wrapping up your negotiations at the end of fiscal year 24, there is no intention of having any wage reopener in 25. That's what your budget numbers represent, and that's what your response represents. That whatever is negotiated at the end by the end of the year will be covered under this amount that's budgeted for that's recommended is the better statement for 25. And if that amount is the amount that was circling, then there's no wage reopener discussion.
No, Senator. There will be. The chief negotiator will continue to negotiate, and on behalf of the governor, he continues to want to make things right with the unions and with employees. So what we intend to do is to come back to the body. If there is an actual need for additional, we will come back for that. But to, again, continue to pad the budget with projections when we're not sure of what will actually be negotiated, we just feel isn't prudent. So we would be coming back if in fact, based on negotiations, there's a need for more than the 4 point whatever it is that we proposed in the fiscal year 25 budget, especially if the numbers change prior to the budget wrap up, we will make those adjustments and include those.
That's such a sweet answer, but guess what? You place the chief negotiator at a disadvantage. You cannot negotiate without having something to say this is available. You can't come back to the legislature after you have made that decision. There must be, I mean, I know what your concern is, but you have to place the chief negotiator in a position to negotiate with departments and agencies. And based on the information that we received this morning, there's quite a number of agencies, or unions is the word, that remain outstanding, and some of them go quite some time back. So that needs to be reconsidered. I mean, we could talk about it some more as to how that would look, but you have to have something to negotiate with. In addition to the fact that, where are we with the American Federation of Teachers? You recognize the mic of Ms. Springer, please.
Testing. Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator. Those negotiations are ongoing.
Okay, so those negotiations are ongoing, and I heard the governor say at the Ivana Eudora Ken High School graduation, I gonna sign the contract. And I know that when you deal with the AFT, because of the number of employees, that $8 million ain't enough. And that $6 million ain't enough. I could tell you that right out the gate. So some truing up of these numbers need to occur. These numbers need to be trued up, because once you negotiate with them, we are now in the summer, right? So we are in the summer, And of course, our schools are out earlier, and they go back. They're out earlier, and they go back earlier. So we're going to see schools reopening in August. We don't want no rancor come August. We got to figure this thing out. So these numbers that we have in front of us, I don't know what position you're in, Ms. Springer, but I don't think that you are in the best position to be throwing out any numbers, because you don't have let me hear from the OMB director on this one. And not to discuss the negotiations, but I'm just saying, how do we ensure that we are able to meet whatever that final negotiation is, wage negotiation with our American Federation of Teachers in particular?
So, Senator, there was a meeting, I think last week or something, between all of us and the governor. And the governor has given the chief negotiator some suggestions and directives to go and negotiate with the unions. And based on those directives, it should be enough. So it depends on, ultimately what actually happens, but based on what we know at this point coming from Government House, we should have.
Well, how many unions did you say you're negotiating with? Because you didn't mention the AFT. Did you?
Senator, I told you bargaining units, so that could be, I said 11 bargaining units. No. But that could be several.
When you were speaking to the senator asked you specifically what were they?
I was actually just reviewing them again. I gave him the amount of unions that I expect to complete before October 1. He wants the ones for after October 1. Before, I gave you those. I gave him 5 bargaining units. No. But if I add those in, that'll be 8 bargaining units.
So I'm following the money, and I remain concerned.
Plus, remember, Senator, there's only 1 year at a time. So even though whatever is negotiated, we're only accounting for 1 year of a 3 or 4 year, or whatever the term is. And again, based on the directives, we assume that we will have enough. We are projecting that we would have enough.
How?
But, we will, I don't negotiate.
I'm going to leave that, I'm going to put a pin in that. But based on the number of units, bargaining units that Ms. Springett mentioned, and if the AFT is on top of that, it's a big HOW with a big question mark. We need to figure this out. So that's why when we spoke earlier about 24, you talked about the next quarter, but we have to, you talked about your next set of allotments. Y'all have some real work to do around how you're allotting those funds in order to make good on some of these things that you're working on. Okay, you went already to Senator DeGraff? Okay. All right. You have a point of information? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's why I mentioned about the 24 budget ending. To do such a drastic reduction to go down to 896 million, union contracts don't get stalled, as far as I see it. And then to indicate it only up until October 1 gives chief negotiator 3 months to get in those that you mentioned. So it causes to me an impossible issue. So therefore, the 24 budget and the 25 budget is linked. That's what I am seeing. So that becomes a problem. That's what I wanted to mention. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. I am going to, I have 2 retirees who asked to be given an opportunity to say something on the record this afternoon. And this is a public hearing, and when we have individuals in our community who ask to see something in our hearing publicly, we cannot deny them. So they've asked to please a short statement on the record. So I'm going to allow them to do that before we close. There's a lot more to discuss around our 24 budget, but before we do that, I want to ask for the motion to approve Bill number 350262 so we can get the dredging and the soft costs moving. And if we need to make any amendments to ensure that but we actually don't need to make an amendment. We just need to move this and just pay attention to the expenditures around the different projects. But to your point, by September, you said you have $15 million. So if I could get a motion from the sponsor by request of the governor, I would appreciate that so we could move this along, and then we'll hear from the retirees, and then we will close. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0262, an act appropriating $1,434,950 in the fiscal year 2024 from the Communities Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft costs funding to prepare for the Charlotte Amalie Harbor for dredging be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and sent forward to the Rules Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Okay, Bill number 35-0262 has been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr., seconded by Dwayne DeGraff and Senator Reese Fonseca. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yes. Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Madam Chair, 4 yes, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0262, an act appropriating $1,434,950 in fiscal year 2024 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft cost funding to prepare the Charlotte Amalie Harbor for dredging has been properly favorably approved by this committee and would be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration and action. Thank you. I'm looking for the testifiers who asked to come forward, Ms. Betty Wilson and Ms. Mary Moorhead. Ms. Wilson, are you there? Ms. Moorhead, can you please put your name on the record?
Mary L. Moorhead, retiree.
All right.
Ms. Wilson.
Go ahead.
I am presenting for myself and Ms. Wilson because she sat too long. We just wanted to get it on the record because so far we've received 3 different retroactive wage payments, and we're talking about retroactive that we've been waiting for since 1989. Just want to be clear because sometimes people get confused about what retroactive is. And we are both recipients of Social Security. And Ms. Wilson made it her business to check with the Social Security office, and it is confirmed that we are not to be deducted Social Security when we given retroactive payments. So we want to be sure to have it on the record because there are 3 payments that we will need to be reimbursed for. That is the retro that was given in 2010, 2021, and 2022. And we want to make sure that going forward, whenever we do get the 25 million that is supposed to be shared, that there's no Social Security deduction, because we're already receiving Social Security, and the office says that they have not received any Social Security from the government of the Virgin Islands for us, but even if they did, it would be returned because there is no adjustments to be made. So we want to be sure that we're reimbursed for those 3 payments, and that going forward, no further deductions are taken out. And we do hope that we will be seeing our share of that 25 million that we were supposed to see December 2023, sooner if not later, because we notice we're being ignored, even to the point where the finance director today, even though you corrected him a couple times, Madam Chair, he still did not include the debt of the 25 million in his debt, where he kept saying 60-something million. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask I would say the Department of Finance, because that's the entity that would process the retroactive payments, correct? Do you understand clearly what the concern is?
I do understand what the concern is.
Could you respond?
I would need to consult with my payroll director to see exactly what is coming out of the check. I haven't seen a retro check.
Okay, so are we going to ask the testifiers to please provide their information or make contact with you so you can investigate this matter?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I will take the lead and get their information and get it to you, because I don't want them to say it over there.
Of course.
Okay, so we will look at that, and I will get the information and get it to you so you can work with them. Because I know there's another gentleman that worked for the Department of Agriculture on a different matter that was never, ever paid his annual leave. And I don't know him. He just met me, and he retired over 20 years ago. And he didn't get his annual leave. Because he went to the Department of Education as a teacher, a vocational education teacher, and we know that you don't pay annual leave to education teachers, right? So when he left, he should have gotten his money. You can't weave it in. We got to do it better than this to what we're doing to our people. We got to work on that. So when people express concerns with these things, we have to hear them and try our best to act. Small community. This is our place. This is our community. We choose to live, work, raise our family and kids here. So, but let me ask you, if someone is receiving Social Security, do you concur, though, that they should not be taking Social Security out of their check?
That's my understanding, but I don't know. I need to evaluate this situation. Sorry.
Let me ask here from the IRB director.
My rudimentary knowledge is once you collect in a certain year a specific amount, it has to be taken out, because he doesn't know if that person is receiving Social Security or not. And there is an opportunity to file a tax return and get a refund back if it
Not
shouldn't have been.
taxes, Social Security.
Correct. Well, that's a part. You have people who can, so for example, there's a cutoff for Social Security when you're employed. Sometimes people switch jobs and too much Social Security gets taken out. They are able to go ahead and get a refund back from the Social Security Administration. So we may not have a choice to choose to not deduct, because once again, he doesn't know, we don't know whatever the person's tax situation, if they're receiving Social Security. We can guess, but he doesn't actually know, Commissioner, if they're receiving Social Security or not. So that'd be hard for him to
Right. So, okay, so we're going to collect the information, and you're always good with answering and collecting the information. So I will be happy to collect the info and share it with you so we could figure out what the true issue is and whether or not it's actually an error, or how to provide the explanation as to how it works. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. Colleagues, we have a lot more questions, but we're going home. It's been a long day, and I see Director O'Neill is giving me the eye. And I actually told her that I would have her here until 10 o'clock because she refused to come to my last 2 meetings. So I'm not sure why she's giving me the eye, but I do like her. All right. We have an opportunity to ask other questions once OMB comes down to the legislature, and that should be soon. They were supposed to be here today, but we've gave them an opportunity to swear in one of their colleagues. So we will ask the other questions as we go through this budget season. Colleagues, do we have any closing, any last, one question? Yes, no? Great, so everybody tired. I'm not, I could go all night. But anyway, we gave both the two retirees an opportunity to speak and to express their concerns, and that's what we should do as we serve and hear out our community. Everybody should have a voice, so we want to make sure that that happens, okay? I'm going to give the financial team lead an opportunity to close. But I did ask a question about VINGN. Did you say that that's not included in the payments for 2020? Is that coming directly from, because I think that amount is like 63 million. That's the amount outstanding. But I don't remember. I thought I wrote it down. VINGN, is that included in what we take off the top?
No.
It's not?
No.
Yeah, no, I gave the wrong number. That was for the Gavi.
Right. The amount that VINGN owes is 36 million, 36.8 million.
And how do you pay that debt now?
They haven't been paying it. Right now, as a matter of fact, we have a meeting next week to tomorrow.
How is it being paid?
The bonds are being paid through the gross receipts taxes.
That's what the senator was asking you. That's why I went back to it, because it's coming off the top.
No, I thought he was asking me if VINGN is paying the loan. The bonds are being paid through the gross receipts taxes. There's only about 15 million.
Was it a gross receipt bond?
There were gross receipt bonds issued in 2012 and 2014.
And that was
for the broadband project.
So then, if they were gross, was it done that way with the understanding as to when VINGN gets their footing that it will transfer to them for payment?
No. The bonds are being paid by the gross receipts. The thing of it is that VINGN is supposed to begin paying back the
that's the question.
PFA.
That's what I mean.
Right.
Well, we mean pay back the PFA.
Happened.
If it coming from the gross receipt, they can't pay back the PFA. Let's make sure we get this thing straight. If it coming from the top, it got to come back to us, to the people. It can't come back to PFA. So we need to make sure that we get that clear. What does the issuance say? What was the agreement between the issuance and the PFA at the time? If it's a gross receipt bond, then it's a gross receipt bond. Right?
Correct.
So then why are we asking them to pay back if it was tied to gross receipts? Because if it was tied to gross receipts, then if they are to pay back anything, that money comes back to the coffers of the Virgin Islands government, not to the PFA.
Well, there are no agreements that I've found that says that the money goes back to the central government. The bonds were issued by the PFA. And the understanding was both the PFA and VINGN carry the outstanding amount as a note payable on the VINGN books and a note receivable on the PFA books.
So let me ask you, Mr. Simmons, I might be wrong, I don't know everything. But if we are utilizing, when Director O'Neill sends the budget down, and she's taking that money off the top from our gross receipts, how much money a year we to pay towards the VINGN bonds? Good, I tell you.
I just closed that out. I thought you were wrapping up.
Yeah. I ain't wrap up yet. I had the note, I forget. Because I'm getting the I, but this is a very important issue that we need to remember. If it's $36 million that the gross receipt taxes paid, that $36 million comes back to the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands. That's $36 million that we did not get over whatever period that those bonds were let for, whether it's 30 years or how much ever years. It belongs to the government. It can't belong to PFA. PFA did not use a single dime of funds that they raised to pay this debt. I hope the new senators listening and the old senators, because I got to remember to stay on top of this one, please. Director O'Neill, am I off?
No.
Okay. I go leave Mr. Simmons alone on this one, but this is a serious matter.
The debt service is about $3.5 million.
Per year. So that's $3.5 million we would have been able to use towards our general fund if we didn't have that particular debt. Once that debt, if VINGN was to take on the debt, then that $3.5 million will no longer come out of the top of our gross receipts. And if they pay any retroactive back, which I don't know if I don't see, based on what they shared with us recently with regards to their finances, I don't see how they could do that. But our money belongs to the people.
Well, so in essence, there is no money.
Right.
VINGN can't pay anything, and no money is coming back. So in all honesty, this debt being carried on both their books need to just be wiped off.
Well, we got to see what the agreement was.
It's done. You can't.
You know, so, I mean, anyway. There's always, where there are challenges, there are always opportunities, but you can't just say it's done, because what year are we into paying that debt, and how long is the debt for?
The debt was issued in 2012 and 2014, and it almost paid off now, so must have been 15 years.
What's almost paid off? Because last time I checked, it looked like they have like 4 more years to pay.
Right.
I checked it last night.
So the 2012 bonds have a balance of 11 million. And the 2014 bonds have a balance of 3.8 million.
Okay.
14 million.
So if you don't get a 3.8.
14.8 million remaining to be paid at 3.5 million a year.
So you see all the things that's coming out of the gross receipts, right? So, don't shake them down for PFA. Shake them down for the government of the Virgin Islands, okay? Colleagues, thank you for the one, Senator DeGraff. I nearly forget it. I had it in my notes. Thank you for that one. I think that we've exhausted our discussion for today. Let me just tell everyone that we did feed our testifiers. We took very good care of them. So I want to thank you all for being here with us all day. And I will say that if you don't want to spend all day with us, when we invite you to the legislature, just come. We would have already been gone home. So thank you for being here. And we have exhausted our questions. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will close. And I can't close without first thanking the media, all of the central staff employees that supported us today, and of course my staff and the staff of my colleagues. And of course you, and thank you for all that you do. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance for today is hereby adjourned.